Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Guy here. How is everyone today? Hi, Collie. Hi, Bob. Hi, Raj and Tuxedo. Hi, Kittrell. Hey, Rod and Aetherling. Tuxedo. Steve and Greenbeard. Hey, Neil. How are we? Hi, Bill. What do we have here? Kenneth, Malfrey, and Da Vinci. How far I'll scroll up. Screen glasses. Hey, Dr. Dave. How are you? Hey, Huge Dino. Lord Gitface. Delvin and James. Here, let's go this way. Then you can see this guy. We are going to finish up the assembly of this today. Micron Plus R1 update. Let me put my phone away. There's fine. Hey, Redacted. Hey, Murph. So I think I spent a lot of time yesterday making sure I had everything printed so I didn't get hung up on finishing the build. So I don't know if we're going to be pushing plastic today, but we're going to hit all the little details of finishing the build, and we're going to get into configuring Calico. So installing and configuring Calico. I'm hoping that the balance of work that we have left on this allows us to do one more stream, because I don't think we can fit everything in and print today. And I really want to get away from finishing up a build at the 5th hour of the last day of streaming, because that doesn't allow for any time to kind of talk about it and relax and get a print going. So some of the stuff I think took a little longer on this than I expected, so the division of stream time didn't quite add up, but we'll see how this goes today. I am missing the chat overlay. Thank you. Let me fix that real quick. I forgot something. You'll lose me for a second here. There we go. That's all set. The cat always needs more pets. That's right, we were doing this. So Aetherling, Calico is a fork of Clipper. It has some unique features that we're going to explore on this build, and we'll get more into that when we go out, because this is cold for me. I have not installed Calico on anything, so this will be a new experience, and you guys will be going right along with me on that. Hey, 1066. Hi, Arthur. Hey, Maurice. Can you turn up on your end? What? I will wait, because I don't change my levels. If there's a general consensus that I'm lower than normal, then I can do something. The other thing I can try to do, maybe my mic is a little higher than normal. Let's do that. Let's try that. See if that's any better. The blind leading the blind, exactly. So one of the things we'll see there is how is the documentation? How does a new user go through and figure out what you need for installing Calico? And I think we can be successful even going in cold. So we're gonna do that. Okay, things that we have to finish on here. I did get the longer cable for the display. I did print the pieces for the filter, the little inserts. So let's just kind of wrap up all of the little bits and pieces to finish up the build. We'll assemble the colony clacker. I have new parts printed for that. They've all been updated with different to account for different thicknesses of foam. I printed a couple of the variations, not all of them right around that 3mm range. Coffee in hand, ready for the build. That's right. Coffee. So, hi Cybertech. So let's, before we really get into the colony and clacker, let's finish off little things like this. So what I do want to see when we start talking about this, switch over to the other screen here. Once I get the CAD open, we'll open just the sub-assembly of the filter. So this is the whole filter setup. This is an older version of the thing there, but what I wanted to see here is where the magnets, which direction these go in. So if I just hide this housing, we'll see here that the magnets go and face directly at the screw ends. Rencho, welcome. So that's what we'll do. So we have these little guys, and then we're gonna grab a couple of magnets. I've got magnets all over the place. So these don't really matter what direction they go in. A little bit of a tight fit, I hope. Hope nothing breaks when I insert these. 4 magnets here. Just a real quick. So this is Oscar. You're close. Felix is over by the garage door. So, and then there is an arrow on here. They look very close to symmetric. I don't know how important that is, but in the CAD, the arrow is pointing up. So we're just gonna shove these in there, hopefully, like that. There we go. Andrew, thanks for the super chat. For the only 24 days until 3D Printopia fund? No, it's not 24 days. Your math is wrong there, Andrew. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. They are quite the odd couple, yes. Okay, so now we'll have that holding. I also, since we're here, let's do an absolute complete build. I've had this for years. I've not opened it. I've not used it. This is just the carbon filter media. I think it just goes in there. That should have been 34 days. Thank you. I need those extra 10 days. Hey, Benny. Hi, Jack. Oh, this isn't treats, buddy. It looks like it might hold treats, but this isn't treats. Sees the kid. Hey, Timor. Okay, so that's the stuff. What do we got here? I don't know if there's anything special about it. Let's just do a nice. Oh, we got both guys over here thinking there's treats. Maybe we do some early treats today. Let's set this over here. Since I'm being such a tease. I think we do some early treats today. Hold on a second. This goes this way, I think. There we go. So that goes there. Let's set that aside and do some early treats since they're both here and ready. No peace until treats. This is true. This is the oxidizing media. You need to try that out. I have 3 bags of that stuff. I don't know if any of it is different. You want that? You want one, Felix? Felix. You're not as no. You're up. Ready? 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 Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. Another one, buddy. There you go. Oh, almost. One more. One more. There you go. Sit. Sit. Good cat. Here, look. No. Yeah, Felix isn't super motivated, but this guy sure is. Here, you got some more there. Oh, let's let Felix lick up his own drool. Felix is a drooly cat. Let's move this over here. Let them finish up their thing. Now maybe they'll relax. This is the Micron Felix and Oscar colors. That was not the intent. I mean, it's worked out, but that was not the intent here. So anyway, filter media is in here. That is gonna go and set right in there. So the next thing we need to do, what is the next thing we need to do? I think we can work on the colony clacker. There you go. It's gonna go work that off now. Love a lot of attention. Oh yes. Oh yes, they are. And he is no exception. Andrew. Let's do the, well, do I want to do the colony clacker or do I want to, let's put the ribbon cable on and see if there's anything else we need to do on the underside here. I do want to grab a towel. Set it down so I don't scratch up the There we go. Okay, here's where we left off. Now I did put a right angle USB-C cable in here for the breakout board for the Nighthawk. But we have a ribbon cable here to put in for the screen. And then I think that's it for underneath here. I think that's it. And then we might be able to put the bottom panel on. It'll have to come off at some point, but that'll kind of, I mean, just inevitably it's gonna have to come off, right? Okay. I think this goes on here like this. We had 4 orange kittens. And then I think, what do we have? Display 1 and display 0. Let's go in display 0. I think it will go. That'll just have to sit right like that. There we go. Now it's just push down with the bottom panel. So all of this is together. Yeah, let's put the bottom panel on. Let's take a picture of what I did here. That way I can, if we can avoid having to do the as far as what we have hooked up where. We'll probably get a good understanding there. with that. As far as the Pi 5 here with the NVMe, this has an OS on it now. I didn't do that. There's a whole setup on the Pi to tell it to boot from an NVMe. I had already done that on this Pi because it was previously going to go in a Home Assistant setup, but I switched it over. So I just threw an image on here. None of the Calico stuff has been done yet. It's just a basic Pi image. So what I did want to see, this all fits. You're baffled by the USB cable? This is a 6 or 8 inch cable I just got off of Amazon. It has a like a 30-degree angle on the A side and then a right angle on the C side. I bought a 4-inch cable, but it came straight out and it kind of hit on the stepper here. I wasn't super pleased with the way it fit, so I switched it around. I mean, one thing I probably could have done to make things a little easier is if we flip this around, it might have worked out better. In fact, I wonder how well that would work. Let's try that, because I think I would rather use the short cable. Let's try that. Let me grab that super short cable. But I've got this other cable. So this is 4-inch super short USB cable. Let's see what happens if we do this. Zero-G Nebula running and printing now. Awesome. Begin side quest. There are always side quests. I think I want to do these. He's checking for scraps from the last treat. Go unplug this. This all went. This went under the board around here. See, this is a fairly long cable. It's really nice, works well, especially when you need angles on both sides. I want to see how this will work out. There we go. This down here and let this go under the stepper. Plug in like that. Okay. This. With a bad view angle on it, but then this guy would then go straight in the side here. Let's see how bad that is. It might be nearly as go. Not super pleased with that, but I think it's a little better than running all over the place with the other ones. We'll leave that like that. We won't redo it. We'll try it. We'll try it like that, see how it goes. Okay. Do you know when Fusion Filaments release this one? I don't know when they're planning on releasing this particular stuff. They have their orange Helix matte version, but I don't have any information. I haven't communicated with Fusion at all. Okay, so this panel is my original bottom panel, but some of the hole locations changed. So I set this up in the on the Shapeoko and ran just the holes. So you can see that's the old hole, and the inside one there is the new. And my test fits showed that this did okay. Let's make sure our ribbon cable stays out of the way. Goes down there like that. A couple of 12mm screws for the front here. Hey, Skyrim. It is so close, I know. And then I think we're going to check all the others, but we've got lots of, we're going to check CAD on the others. Is there a Micron, LDO Micron kit coming? There is. This is not the LDO Micron kit, although I used a lot of the LDO parts because this is based off of the partial kit that Fabrico sells. And the whole purpose of this series is going through and doing the R1 updates. So let's go. Oh, I crinkled the carbon bag, so Oscar is going to investigate. Don't save those changes. I thought I turned that off. The any of the mods that I've done on this printer, I did publish them to my GitHub last night. So if anybody's been looking for those, the wire management under the bed, and the tool head mounting with the PZ board mount, those are all out there. So we're just going to go in here and just confirm screw sizes. So it looks like we've got M3 by 12s. Are they M3 by 12s all over? Oops. M3 by 12. I thought I saw M3 by 8 somewhere. Okay. Looks like they're all M3 by 12s. Ella, thank you for the gifted memberships. Actually, let's go this way. I'll just start grabbing the pieces. So we have a bunch of these type pieces to go around the edges. Back. Side. Hey, don't knock it. I think that's all of them. So we're gonna have a middle one here. Let's grab our. This one with the angle goes over here. This one goes over here. This burnt orange is so fantastic. Yep. I'm not gonna tighten these yet, because I don't know how everything lines up yet. These I think will have to be pushed in to line up. Yep, and that helps pull the fan sides in. Hey, buddy. Slips in here. That looks longer than, that looks a lot longer than 12 millimeters. What is that? That's in the wrong bin. That's an 18. This one? Yep, it's here on the end. Bottom panel on. Well, I kind of wanted to get everything figured, like everything, the assembly complete. I know it is brave. I know. But I took a picture of the wiring and stuff. I know we're going to have to pull this off at some point. I'm expecting it. But with the colony clacker door on, we'll get a good view of the thing completed. Hey Andres, just checking in, other stuff killing my time. Hopefully more in the next weeks. Thanks for stopping by. In these bottom panels, just a bit when you touch mains. Okay. That all went on pretty well. I'm pleased because I didn't test fit that before or after cutting the panel. So we are going to, oh, and I missed a screw over here. Okay. Bottom panel is on. Colony clacker time. Look at that. That's pretty fantastic. I need a turntable. I need a turntable. I have the stuff to build one. Hey, Neokoi. That's what I mean, a Lazy Susan. Yes. I have a 20-inch Lazy Susan bearing that I do plan on building a setup for. I need to clean the screen. I know. Okay, colony clacker. Get that on here. And we'll get the rest of the panels on here, get PTFE on, then we're gonna power it on. So I printed the printers for ants handle. That is a reprint because I was already printing stuff, so I figured I might as well. I also figured that there are plenty of Micron logos all over here, so. The burnt orange is from Fusion Filaments. The name of it is in the description. They don't sell this yet. This is in their gloss line, but they have an equivalent in their matte line. Okay, got that. Got the ones we worked on last week. I don't actually need that one. We have a bunch of the hinge parts. Grab hinge parts and handle parts in the different sizes. What's up? It's the reason I now have a big panel that said Steve made me do it. I think that's all the pieces we need for the door. Some panel pieces that go on here associated with the, does this go? That must go like that. What's up, buddy? You need more pets? All the pets. Sunfire Helix, thank you. I'm always forgetting or not quite remembering the names of these. There, is that better? Make everyone feel better. But it's out of stock. This is a 180, Ella. This is the Micron Plus. Okay, Colony Clacker. Let me bring up the... So we have the printers for ants. And there's a Colony Clacker repo down here. So these are the parts we're going to assemble. One of those revolving cake stands. Well, I have the bearing. I have a Lazy Susan bearing, so we'll make a platform for it. Okay. Let's go down here to the assembly instructions. Just go right on down. I did cut down my door panel from this before. I was checking things, and this is calling for a Micron Plus. If you come up here, 330 by 290 panel. My panel was 290 by 332, and I checked it on the extrusions, and it was going to cause a problem. So I cut it down. I didn't cut it all the way down to 330 because it was causing like a 1 millimeter problem, and I didn't want it to rattle around in there. So it's just over 330. But I cut off, I'm pretty sure enough to where everything will line up. Okay, so there are available in multiple offsets to suit different panel and foam thicknesses. The required frame to door distance is embossed on the back. Thicknesses range from 2.8 to 6 millimeters in 0.2 increments. I think I screwed up. I think I really screwed up. I work so hard to not screw up, and I think I screwed up. I'm pretty sure that I printed accounting only for foam thickness, and I'm guessing that this is foam thickness plus panel thickness. So I should have printed around the 6 millimeter pieces instead of around the 3 millimeter pieces. I will probably have to correct that off stream, but we're going to assemble this and maybe use not foam for the first assembly. So we will continue, and I think it'll be okay. I'm going to use probably some thinner like carpet tape to hold the things together for right now. The problem is that the print time on these is going to be to print all of these, and it's over 2 different printers. It's going to take me more time to get set up than otherwise. The other problem is I don't quite understand. Let's see if it tells us. Does it tell us here? Available in multiple offsets to suit different panel foam thicknesses. The required frame to door distance is embossed on the back. So frame to door. framed a door. So why does panel have anything to do with this? Let's figure this out as we go. Here, let's open up the CAD. Maybe that'll help. Oh, it's on that side. That's where the problem is. I see. It's over here, isn't it? Let's open up the CAD for this. Call it Clacker. I know it's gap for foam tape, but I know all of this, but when I printed parts and looked at it, okay, let's look at one of these. I think this is the part that's the main concern, right? Because this is 3mm foam tape, but I think this is panel and foam. This is what I should have been looking at, and that's my fault. And I don't know. Okay, let's see what this should be. I got my panels here. I may have to run a print. May have to run a print. This is not the whole point of spending all day yesterday prepping, is so I wouldn't be in this situation. Okay, so it's for the side panel. I'm realizing that now. I should have printed, wow, 5.6mm parts, it looks like. Maybe 5.4 if I wanted to compress a little bit. I don't know what's recommended. I don't know if Kyle's around. Let's see what parts are available. If we go to the Colony Clacker, what not to do. Have you tried installing panels inside the extrusion? I see you can buy rubber inserts to hold them. I think I need a nap. Let's go to STLs. Hey, Rick. Hinges. So let's go to hinges. Hinge on the left, that's what we're doing. And the bottom hinge frame mount left. Bottom hinge. ×2. Why does it say bottom hinge? Because it would be the bottom and the top. There's just two of them that you need, right? So there's 5.4 and 5.6. Yeah, that's what I need to print. I need to print. So what do you guys suggest? 5.4 or 5.6? We are measuring just under 5.6. So I'm thinking 5.4. There's a 5.6, but just under. Does bottom go to the frame and top go to the door? There's only one of, you print two of these. You print two of them. My stomach is growling like crazy. What is going on? Okay, so I need to print this, and I need to print, we're gonna go 5.4, I agree. The handle needs to, the latch, I need to print a 5.4mm version of that as well. Okay. Let's get this going. And so we'll get this going, and then we'll power it up and work on Calico. I'm just gonna clean the plate here. I already have Forge Sunset loaded in this printer, and I have the ASA glass fiber loaded in the other printer. I do need to run to the other garage to get this set up. So I'm going to need 5 minutes from you folks. 5 minutes of patience. Time me. Time me. 5 minutes of patience. Does it make more sense if 8T is written hinge bottom instead of bottom hinge? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. 5 minutes. Let's see what we got. We have 174 people here right now. Let's see where we're at in 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Three minutes. And we gained 2 people. Hey, Kobe. Okay. Those are starting. This one's doing the homing dance, which is really annoying, but that's what it is. So these parts that I printed, the variety of, this is just my own mistake, is I set them for, I just assumed panel thickness, but I should have known better. So we'll set these aside. Let's power the printer on. So, only felt like a minute. Awesome. Let's power the printer on. it is not going to have a whole lot. Not going to see a whole lot, but we should be able to get to it. Okay. Let's hope for no smoke. We'll mark your work at the end. Let's hope for smoke. We're not going to see anything. Well, we might see something there. Oh, that'd be interesting. We'll see if we see anything there. Oscar might make sure that we don't. Power it on. I would have... Oh, we probably have to configure the Pi for that port to be a display port. So... Oh. That thing's still homing. I don't get why it does that. That's kind of frustrating. It's only irritating because it's just making noise for so long. Can't even check if it's getting power. Oh, I see lights in there. Okay, let's go. Dude. Let's see what we have here. Micron. Let's see if I have anything going on there. We had a display for a second. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a display. So the display's working. Awesome. Hey Robert. I was in chat on Killerprint's chat. Yes. Yeah, that's cool. That's not coming up. That's not unexpected. I need to figure out where I was on this. Of course, this guy is right in the way. So let's bring this over here and let's SSH in. Okay, cool. So this is just because I'm recycling the Micron name. So let me go out to my SSH file and delete the entry. There's better ways to do this. It's in the .ssh folder. Let's edit this file here. I don't know if any of that matters, but I'll do it over here. It's Micron. Other entries for Micron. Nope. Save that. And then do it again. There we go. He is right in front of the keyboard. He's like, I know exactly where you want to be, where I can be the most in the way. There we go. Let's see what we have here. I have nothing installed. So so what I did is I put a Raspberry Pi Lite image on here. Yes, exactly that, Andres. I never remember that. Robert, thank you. Appreciate that. Cat superpower along with gravity generator. He wants the attention. Okay, so with that there, let's go to the Calico. Calico docs. Hey, looky there. Calico docs. Calico documentation. See you, Spectra. Oscar is just doing his best attempt at nonverbal communication. Yes. Okay, so coming in cold, remember, we're going to figure this out. If I steer too far, be very nice in guiding me back in place. But sometimes I steer and figure my own way back, so keep that in mind. Why Calico? Because I have not used it yet. That is one of the biggest reasons. a lot of what I do here is, this is a hobby, this is fun. So we do a lot of things that don't necessarily make sense, but sound fun. I'm not going to entertain any discussion on Clipper versus Calico. We will talk about the differences, but we're not going to go down the line of preferences because I don't know. So that's just I want to set the stage here. We are trying a new thing and I will permit it. Well, thank you, Kobe. I appreciate you permitting it. Okay, so Calico is a community-maintained fork of Clipper. So it combines the power of general-purpose computer with one or more microcontrollers. See the features document on why you may want to use Calico. Garrett, welcome. Hey, Art Chapman. So high precision stepper movement. I don't know, I haven't read this in detail. I don't know how much of this is kind of mixed in with general Clipper advantages. Some of the things that I know are different are in like sensorless homing and thermistor control and the ability to have non-essential MCUs. So if you have something that isn't critical to a printer operating, that it will, and it fails, it'll keep going, that kind of thing. So anyway, what I do want to do, which I forgot, is let's copy this and paste it into chat so you can follow along and I don't have to read everything. So to begin using Calico, start by installing it. If you consider migrating from Clipper to Calico, please read our dedicated migration guide. So I think what I want to do in Calico coverage in general is in another series, we'll migrate an existing printer to Calico, but this will be our fresh install content. So we're going to go to installing it. So these instructions assume the software will run on a Linux-based host. For the purpose of these instructions, host relate to Linux device, printer configuration files. The Kitty Pirate logo is cool. Yes, I like it too. So we're not going to worry about that too much yet. We'll base all this off the Micron config. Calico is a 3D printer firmware, so it needs some ways for the user to interact with it. There's also the option to use Octoprint to control Calico. Wow, I haven't used Octoprint in a long time. Octoprint, I don't know what its current state is. Moonraker Web, we will be using Moonraker, and I'm going to be using Fluid on this machine because I've reduced the number of Fluid machines I have for reasons, and I'm gonna shore up those numbers. There are many ways to obtain an OS image for Calico, most dependent on what front end you wish to use. The two Moonraker based front ends are Fluid and Mainsail, the latter of which has a pre-made image, Mainsail OS. So that is a Clipper based. No, that is not. I know that's interesting, but we don't need you to get in there. Sorry. Throw these in the regular trash. Surprised to find out Octoprint is still being developed. Yeah, Octoprint is fine. I just haven't had any opportunity or need or use for setting it up on anything. Fluid can be installed via Kiao, Clipper install and update helper, which is explained below. We are going to use Kiao today. So I am a fan, as you all know, of going through the manual processes for installing. I think that it helps me to know what's going on, to be familiar with the processes. One of the issues with that though is Fluid in general, in particular, doesn't have an OS image all set up. So it's quite a process to go through and set it up manually. Kiao really does help with that. And early on in Kiao, it changed some of the locations for things. It no longer does that, which ups it on my willingness to use it for a setup. So we are going to use that today, surprised or not. So normally you would start with a base image. So RPi OS Lite, and that's what's on here. I installed RPi OS Lite. And then and is associated programs on a variety of run a form of Debian. So let's switch over to the Kiao documentation and get this started. So let's get this going, and then we're going to work on the MCU stuff. So, because that's where this is going, is into actually grabbing stuff. So let's go over to Kiao. What was it? K-I-A-U-H. U-H docs. Kiao mainsail. Nope, that's not what we want. We wanted... That's what I want. Okay, let's go to the main page, and then I think there is a docs. Isn't there? Or maybe it's just here. Instructions. So here's where we are here. There's Kiao. So I installed OS Lite, already did that. And then we are going to go in here. So to download the script, it's necessary to have Git installed. If you don't have Git already installed, or if you are unsure, run the following command. So I don't know. I don't know if it does. Hey, Jeff. So let's go in here and run this command to install. Actually, I think well, no, I think we'll be okay. I just installed the image. Let's just do that. We could do an update and upgrade. Is this thing, these are absorbing heat? Yep. Yes. Okay, so that's installed. So was that already installed? Okay. So once it gets installed, use the following command to download into your home directory. Let's copy that. Fix that. My main issue is Clipper is it is Python based. Python is the devil's language, as we all know. That universal truth. Okay, so now Kiao is installed, or is cloned, and then you can start it. So let's use this command to start it. Okay, so Kiao v6 was completely rewritten from the ground up. Version 6 is still in alpha. Would you like to try out Kiao v6? Do we want v6? There have been several firmware options available since before 2015 when I started. Some just have had more popularity for all kinds of reasons. Yep. See whether I can get the results I'm looking for. So do we want to do v6, or do we want to just do the v6 is good? No, from Texas. Hey, Brent. I'd like to try out. Yeah, let's try it out. I mean, worst case, we start over, right? So Clipper installation update helper. So Clipper is not installed. Nothing is installed, which is as we expected. So let's go ahead and 1 to install. And we are going to install Clipper and Moonraker, and then Fluid. And I thought there was a Calico option. I thought there was a Calico option. I want to try something. How do I go back? E. Is this E? Main cell theme installer, mobile raker, Clipper backup, Obico. I thought there was a, oh, is it advanced? B for back. Repository rollback, build flash, build in flash. Okay, let's go over to the Calico docs. Normally you would start. Keyal can be used to install Calico and its associated programs. More information can be found here. Choose a custom clipper repo. Because I kind of want to go fresh without clipper on here. You need to add Calico. It's mentioned in the Calico docs. Where is it mentioned in the Calico docs? Hey, Yontech. So let's see here. Installing via Keyal. More information can be found here, but if we go here, which is this, let's see if there's something here. Notes, please see the changelog, sources and other information, Clipper Moonraker. I don't see. Let's see, credits. I don't see anything here that says how I would do that. Is there an alternate? Is there more docs? We're touring crazy. Install it through Kia Access. Start up your car CAC brand. Official, you need more Polymaker. No, that's Polymaker. This is okay. We can get through this, and I know what you're saying. What I'm trying to find is the documentation path. Is there one? Building and flashing. Yeah, I think there's a gap. I think there's a gap in the documentation here, because this is basically saying more information can be found here, but there's nothing here that says how to go. So let's go through you said we want what can we do here? Extensions, backup, advance, remove, update. So if we go 1, and if we go, there's nothing here that says something alternate. Sent me a link to the docs? Okay. What am I missing? You might find the GitHub easier. Okay, let me copy this message link. Here's what I was sent. We'll recycle this window. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Let's close that. I wanted copy link, not message link. Oops. Yep. So community maintained fork of Clipper. Oh, I see. So is that what you just sent me to? Yeah, okay. So just a different version of the docs. So let's go through here. Features merged into the main branch. Feeling adventurous, take a peek at the extra features. Switch to Calico. I don't want to switch to Calico. I want a fresh install. Using Keyal. For users that are not comfortable using Git directly, but I am, no. Let's use custom repositories. Keyal v6 is able to use custom, and that's what we selected. To do this, add the Calico repo to Keyal's custom repository config depending on your Keyal version. So, so we need to go in and edit. Okay. That's fine, we can do this. So let's go here. Let's exit this. Quit, and I'm gonna move this. Let's see, are we okay here? Yeah, so let's do that. Hey, Leonard. So we're gonna go to Keyal, and we're going to look at this. We're going to, I think we're making a backup. All right, default. Nope, I missed a U. I get it. I know I could copy and paste, but I kind of don't want to switch back and forth on the windows like that. I feel like it's easier to type. And that's why it might not have been the greatest idea, because there's lots of opportunity for typos. Got him. And then I think I'll go sudo nano. Yeah. CFG. Okay. So now we're going to add, and this is where I'm going to copy and paste. So I want to do the bleeding edge branch. So even more of a bite shedding, community driven support loaded 3D printing. I know go right. Actually, I want to, let's do this first. Let's just get it working, and then we'll play with bleeding edge. I want all the toys. I'm going back and forth in my mind. Let's do it. Let's do it. And where do we put that? Add. So where do I add that? Why use Calico? Because it's different. Been working great for you. This is, what does this say? Add custom repositories. Okay, it's down here. Here. There we go. Add custom repositories here. If at least one is given, the first in the list will be used by default. Branch is optional. If given, it must be provided by a comma. Is this all we do? Add that, is that right? Maybe a little bit pure light. Is that it? That because it, should I put the tab in there? Nope, that's not a full tab. I should line it up. Oops. Oops. Write it out. Quit. Nope. X. Save modified. No, I already did. Okay. Not in the Moonraker section? What? I mean, it says add custom repositories here. I don't know. No, bye. This says set up Calico, add, or, but it doesn't say where. It doesn't say where. Maybe Moonraker supports, maybe I missed something. Add custom repositories here. Got it. I see. I missed it. I get it. It says add custom repositories in many spots. It says it in many spots. I understand now. Let's delete this. You're right. We'll get through this. I'm just going through here. So this is in the Clipper section. Do I still have that? Yep, there we go. There we go. Let's write that out and exit. Control K to delete an entire line. Awesome. Do I have the, there we are. Okay. Start up. So yes, we want to use the stuff. We want to install. Where would we see this? Is it in advanced? Oops. From the KL menu, select 5 settings, switch clipper source repository. Okay, 5, it's S settings. I probably read that wrong. And then switch clipper source repository. And 2. There we go. How many people does it take to build a 3D printer? Exactly, Pure Light. Uh-oh, I'm getting an attention on one of them. That one, this one's printing. I got to be right back. I'm getting attention on the other printer. 1 minute. Okay. What is going on? That's something making a noise. Something's making a noise that shouldn't be. Why is anything making a noise? Oh, that's the Pi. That's the Pi fan, I think. Okay, let's pull this bottom panel off. We gotta figure out what's going on. Because I'm not sure if I can smell something or not. Pi fan, but why is it running? That means it's getting hot. Why is it getting hot? If I didn't have the bottom panel on, it would be easier. Yes, it would. Yes, it would, but that's okay. I wanted to make sure it fit. That is extremely annoying. This is an aftermarket fan and stuff. I'm wondering if there is, let me loosen these 3 screws here. Ah, I'm gonna have to figure out something. This shield over here is tightened. When it gets tightened down, it's rubbing on the fan. I'll have to tweak that. The fan's running now, it's fine. It will always run NVM is right on top of the hottest part of the pie, not a good location. There's a heat sink all the way under here with pads and stuff, and then the fan. So it's similar to the raspberry solution. But yeah, that's much better. I loosened those screws and we're good. So let's go back. Let's go back here. So let's put this where you can see it. Okay, so what did it do? Custom TPU gasket. I think I should just be able to probably tweak the metal on that shield, or take the shield all the way off, depending on how it works out. Okay, we did that. Did that install Calico? Let's find out. Let's go back. So Calico is there. Now we can go back here. So Clipper is incomplete. Is that normal? I guess we're gonna go 2 for Moonraker then. Is it normal for that to say Clipper incomplete? Let's just install Moonraker. Clipper not installed. Moonraker cannot be installed. Installed Clipper first. Okay, so I think since we did an alternate repository, please select the number of Clipper instances, just 1. I think this will install Calico, right? Create example printer config. No, we don't need. HomePy Clipper already exists. Am I on the right track here? Here. Set up Calico as repository. Key out V4. No, we want V6. From the Key menu, select settings, switch to Clipper. We did that. Adding a Git remote to the existing lets you switch back to mainline Clipper at any time. We're not worried about that. So this feels a little incomplete as well. Let's go no. Let's go back. Oh shoot. Shoot. Skip cloning of repository. Successful installed. Virtual invite already exists. No. Your current user is not in group. Add user pi. Yes. That's okay. We're playing. Oh, it says Clipper's installed now. Okay, we'll come back to that if we have problems, but let's keep going. I think the instructions could use some clarification. So let's go to Moonraker now. Create example, yes. Yeah, it says repo Calico, I should be good. We are giving away a Colony Clacker door again today. US only, US shipping address only. Please don't push that. And a roll of Polymaker filament. So that'll be in about 1 hour and 40 minutes. So this is going through and installing Moonraker. Come up here. There you go, buddy. Oh, where are we at? Okay, so does that mean Moonraker is installed? So now we're gonna install an interface. I wanted to go with fluid on this. Fluid, download the recommended fluid config, yes. And configure default. Default is fine, enter. Hey, Clownhammer. Whew. Okay. And then the last thing, let's do clipper screen since we have this. So let's do clipper screen while we're here. Haven't seen fluid in ages. Enter for the defaults. Yep. Enter. Enter. Just all the defaults. So we are going to, I just got a notice, Lemery 3D had trouble, Saturday stream failed, so they're gonna try again today after or somewhere around after my stream. So if I remember, we're gonna try to raid over there after this. Okay, clipper screen installing. Triple digits outside. It's been triple digits here. It was 104 on Friday and Saturday, and I think today is shaping up to be triple digits before it cools off a little bit this week. Hey Zarp, we're using V6. We're using the beta V6. Worth reading the bleeding edge features in NPC. Mm-hmm. Right now it says it's 82 here. At least my watch is saying the weather is reporting 82. Remember correctly, it wasn't being developed when I got Clipper, so I went to mainsail. Now just comfortable with it. I like to have a variety of the things out there. So for my purposes, it's an advantage to try the different things. I have rep firmware printers. I have Clipper. I think I have, do I have a Marlin printer? Maybe not, but mainsail and fluid I like to have. Leonard, thanks for the gifted memberships. The Clipper screen install takes a while. I don't know if the networking manager is a great idea or not, but I usually just say yes and it seems to work out. Did I click on something else? Hey, TJ. Oh, the pie cooled down enough to turn off the fan. Okay. The Rook was Marlin, but I don't have it. I gave it away. I shipped it off. Oh, so that finished. Okay, it's rebooting. Oops. It's working. It's up. So anyway, I'll switch back to here. Okay. Let's go. Format looks right. Yeah. Let's go ahead and turn this thing back over so we can go. Actually, we don't need to turn it over yet. We need to find default config. So let's go to the printers for ants. No, I set this one time to recycle the window. It doesn't do that anymore. Let's go to Micron and firmware, and let's go printer data config and the Leviathan config. This is all going to end up probably changing around. Oh, that's just the, okay. So this is the config file. So this is the board pin aliases. So let's go ahead and download this. Might give it a try when I get to building something new. Save this to Micron, and let's just go, firmware. You'll need to flash your MCU with the Calico bleeding edge file. Oh yes, yes. Well, I just wanted to get these, maybe I'm a little out of order here, but I wanted to get these downloaded. And then there should be a main config, printer config. Here we go. Oh, there's a PZ probe. Adding boop and PZ probe config options. Interesting. Micro probe, clicky, beacon. Okay. This is cool. Ooh, we'll have to look at this in detail. See what the folks did on this. But let's grab this. We're using the PZ probe. Save it to the firmware file. Oh, this is all stupid. Keep it. I hate that, but it's probably a good thing. And then let's grab the printer config. Micron. Love it. Save as, and let's save that there. NH36 config 2, thank you. Good call. Good call, NH. Ah, there we go. Yep, let's grab that. Save that. So I'm gonna keep it. Micron and ASCII art is nice touch. Okay, let's go back to our Calico docs. We're done with Kiao. Then we are going to adding a get remote to the existing installation. Don't think, do we need any of this? I think we can go back to the main docs. So triple digits, this mild summer spoiled us. You're in the Central Valley in California, Central Valley? So I'm in Sacramento, Pure Light, and I grew up in Red Bluff, which is hotter than Sacramento. In Sacramento here, we have the benefit of the Delta breeze. Up in the far North Valley, we don't. So it's usually several degrees hotter up there than here. Okay. Obtaining a Calico configuration file, installing, building and flashing the microcontroller. So we're gonna go and do that stuff. Hey Laura, hey Sean. Oh, I think I hit that, there we go. So let's reconnect. This is awfully uncomfortable, Oscar. So what do we have here? So this maintains the Clipper folder name. Whenever you get a chance, could you show the part number on the Knipex pliers? 34 days. Hey Liz, welcome. Okay, let's see here. This says, oops. The comments at the top of the printer configuration file should describe the settings that need to be set during make menu config. Open the file in a web browser. Where is that? What is this? The printer configuration file. Obtain a Calico configuration file. Most Calico settings are determined by a printer configuration file. Let's see what they've got here. Config directory. So this is a Calico config directory. Let's see what level of documentation we have here. This is all 2 years old. Generic LDO Leviathan. This file contains common pin, make menu, enable low level, 32. So that's all this is all the stuff for the make menu config. The rest of this, we'll look at for differences here. I don't know where the differences are, but we'll have to look for them. Hey, Killer Prince. Okay, we can use that. So if we go here, we go enable, we've got an STM, and it is the 446. Is it the 446 on this one? This is a 1.3. Dude, you're right in front of the keyboard, man. You know this, don't you? Okay, let me get, if I give you your chair back, will you sit there? Here's where I'm gonna go. I am, here we go. USB, esoterical guide. USB flashing guide. Whenever I'm not sure, this is kind of the go-to place. Either the CAN or the USB. There's that. If we go to hardware configurations, it should be an LDO 1.3, Leviathan 1.3. And we are the 743. That's what I thought. I thought it was different, so it is the 743. So we're gonna use these sets here. I know these come pre-flashed with catapults, so we don't need to do that. So the 743, and then 128, 25 megahertz crystal, and optimize stepper code, that's not there. We don't have anything else here. High precision stepping support. I don't know if that's something we want to do or not. That's newer than the guide. So we can quit this, and yes. And let's make sure there's nothing left over. And then actually we're gonna go dev/serial/by ID, see what's out there. And it is the Clipper USB 743 is there. Why is the tool head not there? The tool head is not showing up. Why is that? Toolhead should show up. Let's get this flashed so we can make flash device equals. Oh, something I want to do that I often forget to do before we actually flash this. I want to go to the interface. Micron should come up. Here we are. So it can't find things, that's fine, but I want to go here to settings, and let's just make sure we're going to check for updates. We may need to change the Calico update source though. Where is that? Adding a get remote to the existing allows you to switch back to mainline. That's not what I want. Where's the... Go back here. isn't there a Moonraker? The warning is benign. It's just Moonraker telling you they're not using an official Clipper version. Right, but shouldn't be, here, let's check here. If we go to configuration and go to Moonraker config, where is the, oh, does it show up here? Maybe I'm wrong. It'll update just fine. Update manager, I don't see it here. We've got fluid, but should Clipper be there? Go back over here. This says up to date. I'm not going to worry about OS packages. It reads from the Git repository. Clipper is hard-coded into Moonraker. Got it. Okay. So we're fine then. Got it. So flash device back here. Then we're going to copy this. Paste that. So this should compile and flash directly to the Leviathan. So Python's PySerial module, it's following command. It's updated. No module named pip. What is 0.12 up to date? Shows it's using Calico. Clipper would be 0.13. Thank you. What's going on here? Python's PySerial module is required to update. Install with the following command didn't work. Okay. Cannot. Permissions denied. Is that? There we go. Sudo all the things. Change the pip to pip3. Why wouldn't it tell me that in that other thing? Does this work? Let's see if this worked. Okay. Flash is already, if the device failed to flash, then it will find TTY device. Okay, we got something going on here that I think I know, but let's work through it. Only because of prior experience, I want to see if this will go into Calico or catapult mode. So let me double tap the reset button. Is that it? Yep, okay. So we're in Calico catapult mode now. So I think we're gonna have to do something here that you wouldn't normally have to do. So the flashing to the Clipper serial port should have worked. So if this works, then we're along the lines of something I'll explain here in a second. And it is working. So a problem I ran into very recently on the, with the Leviathan and a Nighthawk toolhead board. It has to do with this breakout board. You might have heard the 1.5 version of this breakout board has some problems, potential problems. What we just saw in that it would not flash the Leviathan to the regular serial port where it should have is a direct symptom of something I saw on another printer that was fixed by doing something to this breakout board. Okay. This may also be the cause of why the Nighthawk isn't showing up. So there's some filter protection, whatever circuitry that LDO implemented on this breakout board, version 1.5 of the breakout board, that we're going to disable. Once I did that on the other setup, everything worked as I expected it to. This came out very early in this series where I was told that we would probably need to remove these resistors, and I said we didn't want to until we actually run into those problems, because I want to be able to have the feedback. If we didn't run into those problems, then that helps to say how widespread an issue might be. Now on two setups like this, 2 for 2 for me, it's been a problem. So this is going to be a 1.5 breakout board. So I don't know if it's only with the 1.3 Leviathan that sees this, as far as the Leviathan side of the problem. And I don't know the full explanation of what's actually causing this. But I do know that I removed those resistors on the other setup and everything worked fine. I put the resistors back, which was no small task because they are very, very small. It was a very small task. And everything stopped working. Removed them again and it went back to working. So full cycle of testing there. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a side quest here. We're gonna remove those resistors and we're gonna see how this behaves. The other thing I ran into, what really started me on that problem with the other printer, and this might help for anybody who might be seeing something similar, is whenever I'd make a change to the config on that printer, it wouldn't auto restart. I had to power down or reboot the printer. So I had to power down and reboot the printer for config changes to take effect. That started working once I removed these resistors. The Nighthawk the Nighthawk Stealth Burner board in that would not flash. It wouldn't go into boot mode. Hitting the boot and resets buttons, trying to force it into any kind of boot mode would not work. As soon as I removed those resistors, it worked just fine. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna shut this down. We're gonna shut it down, shut down the host. You have a hot air soldering station. If you don't and end up doing stuff like this often, get one. Totally worth it. I do have one. We're not going to use it for this. That sounds like a lot of frustration if you didn't know it was a board issue. 100%. I had some clue that there was a problem with this board. I didn't have any idea that it was causing my my Leviathan issue. But to not be able to even flash the toolhead board was frustrating. So that is powered off. So let's turn this all off and let's get this for a moment. I'm gonna have to pull all this out. So it's very funny because I was doing this exact day I was having this trouble is when Poity here was telling me about a timer too close or timeout issues on his printer, and I suggested this as a potential something that might be causing it. The exact day that I was troubleshooting this, Poity let me know the trouble he was having. Hey Alex. So this, is it over here? Is that what's going on? Yeah, reverse it. So this guy needs to come apart. Oh, wrong screwdriver. This one. Okay, so that finished. The print in here finished. Let's see if it actually, yay, it finished. I should get a notice on my watch here in a second. Okay, so let's pull this apart. I have no idea on the, is that an orbital? Is that what you're talking about there? And I'm getting that right. Alex, right? Trying to remember. Okay. We should talk about the timer issues. So, this little guy here. So let me get some pointers. There are two resistors on here. I believe they are labeled R6 and R7. And it is on board version 1.5. We want to keep the directly wired drag inverter on my Trident or swap back to self-burn since I got my replacement. What's the issue with Nighthawks? I missed it. Have one that always has a timer issue on homing at the beginning of a print. I don't know. This is not necessarily a universal print for every Nighthawk and Leviathan problem. But if with this 1.5 breakout board, there are two resistors on there, R6 and R7, that can be removed without impact to the overall functionality of the board. And I believe R7 is that one right there. And I think R6 is this one right there. So we're going to remove those two. Andrew. R2 was in the resistance, but R2 is not the problem here. R2 obviously isn't the problem here. R6 removed for the Stealth Burner, Nighthawk, and R7. That's not necessarily true there. Oh, R6 and R7 for the Stealth Burner and R7 on the Nighthawk. Don't know. I don't know if anybody knows enough about it. I'm going to remove both. I'm going to remove both. And we're going to see if I can get any kind of, and I'm basically going to do this with a fairly brute force method. Oops. Timer issue, root cause and solution. Made some calls to confirm it. Officially waiting on a call back. Cool. Let me get a different tip on here. Oops. R2 is beyond reproach. Let's do that and a good old solder. And probably, just so this doesn't go flying around on the workbench, grab my OmniFixo to hold this thing in place. Just do something like that maybe. Come on, I know you can focus on that. Is there too much going on? Why are you not focusing? Why aren't you focusing? What's going on? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. I think that'll be able to do. We've had a lot of tickets come through for these issues. It's been a thing for sure. Absolutely. Dude. Okay. What camera is that you're using there for close-up? That is the OBSBot Meet 2. It is, I love this camera. I was a little concerned here on the focusing close-up when it wasn't doing it because it did drop again. I dropped it off the side of the workbench. Hey, Luis. So like I said, we're just going to do a fairly brute force approach to desoldering these, which is basically just get a little bit of solder on here. These resistors are so small. There's not a whole lot of heat needed to There we go. And then we'll take that off and set it over there. Oh, there it is. It's still on there. Actually, I'm not sad about that. But this one's going to be a little more tricky. You want to make sure you don't damage these guys right next to it. I did manage to put these back when I was doing my testing. There we go. I'm really not too sad about what I managed to do here by pure accident. Let me look at this closely to make sure I don't have any problems. But what I've done is I stood both of those up on end. They're still there. They're just stood up on end and not connected anywhere. So I think I'm going to leave it in case I want to do any experimenting with this going forward. Both of those resistors are still on there. They're just stood up on end. I'm going to leave it. That'll give me an opportunity. Tombstone. So I did not intend to do that, but I don't see any reason. I don't have any blobs of solder anywhere. They're nowhere close to shorting out on anything. Yeah, I'm going to leave them. Okay. I tried that, the processor would fall off. So then we just put this guy back on. And there's nowhere this is gonna, let's get the cat hairs out of there. Okay. It's called an air gap. So what'll be really interesting here is with those removed, is the Nighthawk going to show up on the port? Because it wasn't showing up at all, which is a little concerning. It is plugged in. Everything should be good. Before we go too far, I want to double, triple check. I know I've already powered it on, so it would be too late. I want to make sure I have all the jumpers on the Nighthawk board correct as well. Okay, let's grab this guy first, since I think it'll be easier if I plug this in now. Get this here, snap it on. These guys. There. Go. You. Go right there. That's all that back. All these fans are 24 volt. We didn't go through and double check all of this. It's 24 volts. Everything, those two fans, everything under here is 24 volts. That's all good. So the Leviathan is, or the Nighthawk is what I want to check. Just make sure I didn't, no 19 extra volts. I think I plugged that into the end stop port though. But I want to double check. Okay, where did we install that thing? Installed it there. Let's bring up the Nighthawk. Nighthawk. Docks. Docks. Tool board. Nighthawk 36. So this is, okay, so this probe select, the jumper is on the top. And then part cooling fan voltage. Yeah, that's, I think that's a 24 volt. Dude. He grabbed my shirt and then I pulled him off the chair because his claws caught. Where's my fans box? Oh, are they not in here? Is it over here? Yeah, here's one of those. What were these guys? Are these guys 5 or 24? Five volt for the hot end fan. So where's the hot end fan voltage? Here it is. It is that one. And we want it to, oops, hot end fan we had at 24 volts. I'm glad I checked this. Hot end fan voltage selection. It is 24 volts and I'm running a, just confirm, 5 volt. Okay, so let's change that. Where's the tweezers? Where's my fine tip tweezers? They're there. Got to plug in the other side of the USB cable. I did, thank you. So that's going, oops, whoa, where'd you go? There you are. Just plugging in, setting the voltage on the hot end fan. We almost popped the hot end fan. I'm hoping it didn't try to turn on. And the last part cooling fans are 24 volts and that's set. I think that's it. So let's put the cover back on. Hey, Dr. Dave, I did boot it up. So if I pop that hot end fan, then we'll have to replace it. Plug in the USB cable here real quick. Okay, that's potentially, I thought I smelled something. It's very possible that we destroyed it. It happens. Extra 19 volts, right? Okay. It's very possible, but we'll see. Let's power it on. Coming up. Working its way in, that's fine. So let's go back now and reconnect. Dude. Right there. Right there. And hey, looky there. Instantly, the Nighthawk shows up. Nighthawk shows up. So that is that. Yes, he did. So if we go to, oops. And if we run the flash, so that's to catapult, but we should be able to flash to the serial device. This should flash. This should work. Yeah. So now we are going to, oh, there we go. Make clean and menu config. Let's go to the Nighthawk 36. As a Vogon say, resistance is pointless. Can't believe the cat actually listens and does what you ask. It's more impressive than anything else you do. Oh no, he doesn't do what I ask. I pushed his bum to get onto the chair. Could the fan have been shorting out the Nighthawk, causing it to not show up? No. No. It's not a short on the Nighthawk side. So if I popped it, it's on the fan side. So we're going to go here and now to duplicate those settings. Raspberry Pi, RP2040. 16K bootloader, USB, sure, and oops, that's not what I want, GPIO pin, GPIO 8. All right, quit yes. He's now, before stream, he discovered stuff on my toolbox top here, and he was knocking it off before stream. So I shoved everything over as far as I could, and he's decided that this is his new mission, to get things off from there. Okay, so now we should be able to, flash this, right? So if we go here, and go to updating. Hey, Petty Ruxpin. And initial flashing. I think updating is just straight to serial. So. Let's go there, and then this. Grab that part. What? Okay. What was that about? You want attention? I got a hiss. There we go. Flash success. Awesome. Okay, so both boards should have Calico on them. So make that, and then come back to our settings. So let's go to configuration, and we're gonna upload files. And Micron. And firmware. So we want all these files. And open. Every day is a school day. Okay. So now let's go into this printer config and start going through some of this and looking to where we might have to change things for Calico. So let's start with, I think we can go devices and our USB devices. Oops, let's refresh. So our 743 device, can we, serial, is that what we want? There we go. Let's copy this. Copy our Leviathan. And paste that there. Worth getting it up and running first. Calico features are just add-ons. Got it. So for USB there, that's the MCU. Now the toolhead board. The question is, okay, we want the, oh, let me make sure that this is in view. So we have the LDO. So we want the pin aliases for the Leviathan. So let's grab, uncomment that one. Toolhead board, the Nighthawk 36. Comment that one. This, I want to check the Nighthawk. Let's save that and close it. Let's look at the Nighthawk 36 config. Okay, so this is just a pins alias file, which is cool. So we can close that and go back to printer config. And down here on toolhead, we want an MCU toolhead board, uncomment that, and uncomment our serial and start date. Why main cell config? Was there a main cell config file? I didn't put it there. Let's go to devices and the RP2040 right here. We're going to copy that. Okay, that's odd. Close that and paste that right there. So there's our Nighthawk board. And there is, oops, sorry. This should be fluid. So it would probably be helpful for this to be a commentable or uncommented thing to include fluid. We're just going to change this. There. Hey, Ahmad. So if I use main cell, I can use the same config file. No, this needs to be the file that exists. If we save this, we want the, see, this is the fluid config. So you need to do that. Thank you for the gift of membership. So that needed to match. So back to printer config. Steve Discord just got to post in all channels. Do not click the link as it is. Okay, thank you. Let me fix that. Ban for the previous 12 hours. Suspicious. Banned. There we go. All the files should be deleted. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. I caught one the other day. Most of you probably didn't notice because it came up basically as I was sitting here looking at the screen, but there was another one just a couple of days ago. Okay, let's keep going. So we have fluid, we have Leviathan, we have the Nighthawk 36. We have a maximum velocity 200. That all sounds, this can be adjusted after you run input shaper calibration. We'll leave it, we'll adjust it when we run that. I agree. Temperature MCU, temperature host, and the temperature MCU for the toolhead board. And then we have steppers. So you want are these 1.8 degree or 0.9 degree steppers? Does anybody know? I can look at it. I can see if I can get a look at it with the camera. These are 1.8. Okay, so we'll leave that at 200. We are running, are these 16? They must be. See movement, direction, and homing working correct. We haven't gotten there yet. Almost at the same spot in my micro build. Been really nice to follow along. Got my config working, motors moving, things are great except for my QGL. It moves opposite direction. So the QGL really is reliant on the correct order of the steppers and then the order of the configuration. The job finished for the clicky clack parts on the other printer. I'll have to go get those in a minute. Okay, let's go through here. We need to uncomment this for the 180 build. Position max. See movement direction and homing working correct. I want to try fluid, but config files are a pain and don't want to learn how to do the fluid version of them. Just the fluid file itself is different, and I never edit that. I just use what's provided. Uncomment if you're using end stop switches, but there's no option here. Oh, here it is. Wow, okay. Stepper X, homing speed, homing positive direction, uncomment. This is Manta 8. Oh, I see. Okay, this is what we got. So we have the basic stuff up here, and then if we keep going, we'll see the Leviathan stuff. So we're gonna uncomment all of this. So if we highlight this and hit Control / it'll uncomment that, and then we are going to use sensorless homing. So we're gonna uncomment that. Now that's an area that we might want to look at for Calico changes. Yeah, redacted. The difference between main cell and fluid shouldn't be anything but pointing to the correct main cell or fluid config file in your printer config. Okay, so that is basic setup. And then stepper Y, and comment only if you're using end stop switches, but we are a 180 build. Let's do that. Now it did say 173 for X travel. So we'll see how that actually looks. And then come down here for Leviathan. Going to comment this. / and we are using sensorless. We just want a working config at this point. We're looking for the things that should be changed. We are using a virtual end stop for the probe on the Z. All of these are hopefully correct for the where we plug things in. So that's good. This is ADXL. All of that should be able to be uncommented. I think so. Extruder, sensor type, uncomment for Nighthawk 36. Let's pull up resistor. And then our sensor type is a Revo. So we want, let's see, we're gonna want to check this anyway. So let's go to E3D online and bottom, help center, Revo support. Let's just go to the Revo Voron support. So firmware and printer config. Standard Revo heater core uses the ATC 104NT. So we want this one, the ATC 104NT. So we want that. That'll go right here. Comment that and paste this right here. There we go. Okay. What is that? Polisher Advanced Calibrate later. Uncomment for G2 extruder. Uncomment for BMG extruder. Are so uncomment that. Heater bed should all be okay. Uncomment for Leviathan for the pull-up resistor. Probe config. So we are going to be doing the E3D Easy probe. Oops, there we go. Which we downloaded that config file as well. Fan, heater fan, what is this? Uncomment for tack on Nighthawk 36. Am I running a tack fan on this? I am. So we're going to uncomment that. Controller fan, LED control, chamber lighting. I don't have that hooked up. I don't have that set up. So we're going to leave that off. And then this is the carbon filter stuff. So we're going to turn all this on. Comment. And then bed fan control. We have those hooked up. So we're going to grab that. Hey, Halcyo. This is all just going through and just uncommenting things where we need to. And then the pull-up resistor, comment that. So verify heater chamber, what does that mean? Verify, is that part of, yeah, that's part of the, oh, bed fan. Sensor, oh, I need to set up a chamber temp sensor. It's probably going to have an error. We'll have to set that up. I think this is all just bed fan, right? Yeah. What's the hotkey combo to uncomment the selected sections? Control /. Control /. We are going to have to hook up a chamber thermistor before much of this works. I think all of this, yeah, oh no, yeah, gets uncommented. There we go. It's a 3-wire fan. Okay, gantry corners for the 180 build. So this is all QGL. So set this, uncomment these. Generally 4-wire fans provide speed into the MCU. And then based on print start macro from Yantek, slicer starting G code. So we would put this into our slicer start G code, which I'm going to be setting up for this. There is zero reason why I haven't set up print start macros aside from just not taking the time. I have most of my stuff in the slicer, but this printer I'm going to set up with a start macro. So print start, set display text. Is there anything? Uncomment for bed mesh. 1 of 3 for bed mesh. Clear old saved. Okay. I'm going to run a bed mesh, I think. So uncomment if you have a filter. Uncomment if you have bed fans. Just going through. Do have a good config for thermistors that Eddie created for more precision on chamber temps. Okay. Start the bed mesh. Add adaptive one for adaptive bed mesh. I want to use adaptive bed mesh. Here and add adaptive. Plus 1. Okay. And then print end. Uncomment if you're bed mesh. So bed mesh. Uncomment if you have a filter. Update filter. Yep. This is the filter fan. Then and then. Okay, do not edit this block below. Got through it. So this is all of it. Let's see what happens. Save and restart. Option sense resistor in section TMC 2209 extruder must be specified. So I missed something. So let's go down there. I do have a good, oh, okay, I'll check that. So different from my settings, I'm not using anything special. Your BMG settings, how are they different? Let's go up here to the extruder section. How are they different there? Newcastle. Okay, what did I miss here? TMC 2209. What was the error? Because this is a change between Clipper and Calico. Clipper runs a default, Calico requires it to be specified. Oh, okay. So Newcastle, your rotation distance is different because you didn't specify a gear ratio. So when you specify the gear ratio, then your rotation distance is going to be basically the circumference of the drive gear that pushes the filament. If you don't do that, then in this case, you're going to be dividing that by 5. If you multiply yours by 5, 5.7 times 5, it's going to be somewhere around 22 point something, right? So that's why it's different. It's because when you specify a gear ratio there, the firmware does the math for you. Sense resistor. For the extruder, I see. So, and that's going to be the same as any of the 2209. So let me grab that. Sense resistor 0.1110. Nope, that's not possible. Oh, so hold on. Let's back up. So that's assuming a small, so it might be 50 to 17. So what is 50 to 17 ratio times 5.7? I bet you that's where it is. Because the regular BMG gears are 50 to 17. Let's do the math real quick. Divided by 17 times 5.7. No, that doesn't work out either. I don't know. But if you have no gear ratio, then I'm not sure what's going on. But that's basically why it's different. The specific numbers and how they add up will depend on what your particular setup looks like. Did I paste that in? Let's go down here to the extruder and paste that in. It's the setting Bondtech says to use. So far it's been working. And that's the problem, is many of these companies, Bondtech included, don't actually understand rotation distance. It's a little pet peeve of mine. So they're giving numbers that don't really make sense. Okay, so let's save and restart and see what kind of message we might get from here. So horizontal move Z is not valid in section probe. So let's look at some of these other things here. The PZ probe. Let's make sure we don't have anything we need to set here. It doesn't look like it. This is a homing override. Okay. And while we're here, let's look, see if they're, okay, that's just board pins. So horizontal move Z is not valid in section probe. Let's see what that looks like down here. We've got a probe section. Horizontal move. Where is that? This is our probe section. Horizontal move Z. Where is that? Horizontal move Z. Quad gantry level. Oh, so we're missing something. I think we're missing a closeout or whatever. Hey, Phil. What are we missing? So horizontal move Z. What are we missing as far as... section probe. Go here. We have a horizontal move Z. Maybe there's a copy of that line in the probe section. There wasn't. Is that a Calico change? Horizontal move Z. Let's go to Calico, and I want to see configuration reference, and let's look for the probe section. Probe. Okay, so horizontal move Z is not. So is that a difference here? So what's wrong with how rotation distance values are being given? So when you give the calculated value for rotation distance to where it's not actually reflecting something you can measure, then you're defeating the purpose of the rotation distance setup. For instance, a Bondtech BMG, the little drive gear, has a circumference of about 22.5 millimeters. When you combine that with, in say a stealth burner or something, when you combine that with the 50 tooth spur gear and 10 tooth stepper gear, you're introducing a 50 to 10 gear ratio, which if you ignore that, then you're going to divide that 22.5 or whatever by 5, and that's the value that the company is giving. It's valid, it will work, but I think it's sourced from a lack of understanding or caring what the configuration should be. Is there, here, let's see something. Is there any documentation that basically says what are the differences between Calico and Moonraker? I mean, Calico and Clipper. Is there anything there? Additional features, setup benches. Sure. Is there anything that says, maybe try to comment out the line and see what happens? But I kind of want to know why. I'm kind of trying to figure out why. What is, maybe if we go back here, configuration, Calico additions. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Calico changes the Clipper defaults. So force move is enabled by default. Use this to disable it. Respond is enabled by default. The digital matrix. Sounds like it is better to set the gear ratio. Correct. Exclude object is enabled by default. MCU is non-critical. Enables marking of an MCU as optional. Danger options, new configurations options to adjust Calico values that were previously hidden. Additional kinematics. Firmware track Z-hop height. Enhanced behavior. Bed mesh check validates current bed mesh against specific criteria. Resonance tester. G-code shell command. Sensorless homing stuff. Probes and probing. Safe Z-home. I before X. Pretty sure the math is more accurate if you add the gearbox and ratio other than combine them. Well, you can still get an end result either way, because you're calibrating it anyway, at least for the extruder. Heaters, fans, and PID changes. Okay, so the error being horizontal move Z is not valid in section probe. I'm curious if that's valid in Clipper. So let's look it up here. Let's look up probe. Oh, that's load cell probe. There we go, probe. Horizontal move Z. Oh, it's not valid here either. So let's get rid of it. So that is in PZ probe and horizontal move Z. Let's get rid of it here. Okay, save and restart. Option, mesh min is not valid in section probe. What are we getting? What did I miss? I'm missing something. I feel like, I know what's going on, I think. Let's go here. And this is all mesh stuff. Yeah, but it's in the probe section. So I think there's an error in the config here. There should be here. Let's do this here and here. This should be a bed mesh or whatever that should be called. I think that's what's going on, is that's missing. Let's look at this. What should that be called? Bed probing. What should the title of that be called? Mesh. Yeah, bed underscore mesh. Is that right? Okay. Bed underscore mesh. Do that, but let's just save this and look what's in printer config for bed mesh. Just making sure. Yeah, there's no bed mesh defined in the printer config. So that's what happened. So there is an error. Hartk, if you're watching this later, it looks like there's in the PZ probe documentation, you need to add the section for bed mesh here. We can trim that up a bit. I wonder, let's go to here and let's go to the configs. I wonder if that's the case in any of the others. So let's look at, like, say, beacon. We've got beacon. Maybe that's just different. Oh, there's a bed mesh section. Yeah, so you can't see it, but there is a bed mesh section here. I think it's just an error. If we go clicky, yep. So I think it's just the PZ probe has a bug in the config. Bug in the config. So that will sort out all of those errors by adding that in there. So let's save and restart. Option of off below in section fan is deprecated. Is that deprecated in the Calico? Let's go configuration reference. Off below. These options is deprecated and should no longer be specified. Use min power instead. So, yep, someone just forgot to add the bed mesh line. Yep, and here under the fan, the off below option should be now deprecated is the right word. Deprecated means it's out of date, it's removed, so is that here? And let's search for off below. There looks to be an error in the PC probe config file where under the last TMC section bed mesh is tagged at the end and should have been a new line. PC probe config file. I'll double check that. Off below, but it's saying this should be use min power instead. The minimum input power, which will power the fan, expresses a value. The default is 0. To calibrate the settings, start with the min power 0 and max power 1. Lower fan speed to determine the lowest input speed, which will reliably drive the fan. We're just going to remove that for now. So we're just going to remove this. So let's save that. And you were saying something about PZ probe. There was another bed mesh. Here, let's just search in here for mesh. Mesh min, mesh max, mesh PPS. Ah, there it is. Yep, that's good job. Good eye. That's where the typo is. It was missing a carriage return there. Good eye. That would have caught us at some point. So who is that? Huge Dino. Thank you. That's where carriage return missing. Let's save and restart. And we're probably going to get that off below on a couple areas, a couple of the fans. Do we have happy setup? Woohoo! Wow. Chamber thermistor is going to cause this probably to air out. Let's go in here until we get that set up. And let's search for chamber. Lighting, heater, generic chamber. Is that the, oh, min temp. Min temp is already set to not air out if it's not connected. I like that. For a chamber temp, sure. Andrew, that's funny. Okay, so we'll leave that. Okay. We have this. We are getting what appear to be reasonable things. We have a happy setup. If we go to system, we should see our Calico Leviathan and our Calico Nighthawk. What do we got? 22 minutes until we're going to give away a couple of things. So be sure to get your entries in. Links are in the description. Okay, let's see. This bugs me that Clipper can't run the H7 at full frequency. I think 13 allows it to go to 500 megahertz. What's the H7? Oh, is that, oh, the processor for the microcontroller on the Leviathan. Okay, let's go back here. I want to see, do they have a, so we have Calico Editions, Bleeding Edge. What's in Bleeding Edge? Bleeding Edge features documentation, we'll get there. But I want to do getting up and running, and is there a configuration checks? I want to see how this might be different from the others. So we have a reasonable temperatures from everything but the chamber. That's that. Verify heaters, stepper motors. So let's do our end stops. We're going to do with sensorless homing. Let's just start with stepper buzzing. Background music kind of sounds like a song from Zelda. Let's do stepper buzz. Okay, let's go back here and go to the console. And I'm going to start with stepper Z. So the idea here, I want to check to make sure that I'm correct on my Z stuff. And stepper Z should be the front corner here. So if I, let's see, let's go here and let's remove, since I see that's tucked in there, let's remove all our little stops so we don't grind on those. Do you intend on using the MPC on the extruder instead of PID? I'm I think my intent is to try all the things that are different on Calico. So I think that makes sense. Okay, stepper buzz. Stepper buzz first movement should always be in the positive direction. So when I hit stepper buzz, this should move up by 1 millimeter as the first movement. So, and it did. Belt chocks, yeah. So it's buzzing that stepper correctly. We should see stepper Z1. Z1 should be that back corner. And its first movement was up. I'm assuming the stream is only constantly buffering for me, right? Probably my internet. I hope it's just you. I mean, I hope it's nobody, but. Okay. So then we come back to the back corner, ignore the wiring. Z2. That's good. And then coming around here to the Z3. And this is all also verifying that all the steppers are in the correct order. So now if we look at the tool head, we can stepper buzz X, which should move this back left stepper. That is the lower. Yep. If you're on 1 times play speed, that gets me once in a while on streams. And then this is searching for focus. Let's interrupt it. And then stepper Y. Cool. Okay, everything is working there. Can I, oh, I can see the, there we go. You can see the extruder gear here. So if that is correct, then first movement should be clockwise. Twice. Extruder. Nope, it's backwards. So the extruder needs to be flipped. So since it went counterclockwise on the first movement, the extruder needs to be inverted. So let's go in there, do that while we remember. And I think we can do it. I think it is in here. Here. Extruder and our direction pin is inverted, so let's take that off. Save, restart. On the iPad, and all seems okay. It might have been Chrome having a fit. Back. And now, if we rerun that command, it should go clockwise. Yep, there we go. Okay, so all of the steppers, I'm not 100% sure on the X and Y, but we'll have to set up sensorless homing next. Should also be able to see, yep, you see the triggering the, okay, triggering the PZ. That's my dark rock build plate. Got to a point where nothing would stick and nothing I could do short of adhesive would help it. I heard Grant talk about a magic eraser rubbing on some of the beds to help refresh them. Okay. We are at a point, oh, we can verify fans. So let's go Hartk fan. Yep. Those both turn on and blowing air. And our filter fan. There's that blow through. It must blow through here, sort of. Okay. And then do we get to see bed fans here? Hot end fan is off. Do we get to see bed fans in here? Doesn't look like it. Melamine foam sponges work really well. Oh, they're abrasive. I've never used any magic eraser or melamine foam pads or sponges. I don't know, dry or not. That's just something I heard him mention, and I hadn't had to try it. Bed fans will be chamber temp, which I don't have a chamber thermistor yet. Just dry, okay. So let's go here. Let's go, what do we want? Configuration? What is bleeding edge? Let's look at what's in bleeding edge features documentation. High precision stepping, a new step compress protocol. Let's see, smooth input shapers and extruder PA, ringing tower test print. Okay, that's not what we want. We want to set up, when you flash the MCU, you need to turn on a feature. Oh, what did I need to turn on? Is that for one of these things? We can do that, but I want to get through the let me see, the temperature. I want to do PID tuning. So the hot end, what is here we go. Model predictive control. Let's go here. Model predictive control. So is an advanced temperature control method that offers an alternative to traditional PID control. Hey, John. Bed just use PID. Okay. So is advanced. So how do we set that up? MPC leverages a system model to simulate the temperature of the hot end and adjust the heater power to align with the target temperature. Unlike reactive methods, proactively adjusting. Okay. Simplified, faster, more responsive temperature control, broad functionality with single calibration, simplified calibration process, compatible with all hot end sensor types, versatility and effective for high and low flow. This feature controls. Hey Sean, thanks for being a member. The kid didn't say hello. Basic configuration. To use MPC as a temperature controller for the extruder, use the following basic configuration block. Okay, so we're gonna grab this little section here, copy that, and the temperature control method, the nameplate heater power in watts. The nameplate heater power in watts. For PTC, a nonlinear heater MPC may not work optimally due to the changes in power output relative to heater temperatures. Setting heater power to the power output at the expected printing temperature is recommended. The value of those cooling extruded filament and the hot end default is no fan, so there would be no fan taken into account for cooling the heater. Specifying fan will automatically use the part cooling fan. Filament diameter, filament density. But this changes. So filament density changes. How important is that in this setup? Filament heat capacity. The material specific heat capacity of the filament being printed. This all feels like stuff that, how do you do that? Does this make sense? to use. But if I want to print PLA and then ABS, if those are drastically different on these, what impact does that have? Can you not pass the density with the slicer settings? You can pass the filament type. You have a macro that changes those params called from print start. Okay, it's already in there. Fill setup to use one filament only. Orca sets the material type. A lookup table tells Calico what it is. Does it account for it based on the filament type? Maybe they're explaining. Yeah. So that's, you can set these. Okay, that's fine. Let's go over here then and go into our config. And here's in our config. So we have control type. So we're going to put this right in here. So that's the thing. So control, and these values go away. Just delete those. And I think that's it. We already have filament diameter. Nozzle diameter isn't up there. Does nozzle diameter matter? Let's just get rid of filament diameter there. I think that's good. Check Discord. Oh, thermistor. But I'm not using that thermistor, Neil. Instead of adding this into your printer config, just created a separate one. I've added extra materials to, just refer to it. Makes sense considering a difference in glass transition temp and how they need to account for how much heat to pump in proactively instead of reacting to the current output. So filament density and filament heat capacity are going to change. Cooling fan doesn't actually get a value, right? It just, does that stay blank? Let's see. Nothing. The MPC materials file. Oh, do you say fan there? Is that what you say? The fan in this cooling, specifying fan will automatically use a part cooling fan. Got it. Got it. So you go fan. There we go. Okay. Minimum retract, target reach time. These are all optional config values. Selected. I wouldn't say it's a pain there, Spartacus. It's different. It gives you more control. You don't have to use this. You can still use PID. What we're doing now is just exploring what it takes. Does the, Morden, were you saying that the, here, let's save this. Were you saying that the print start already has stuff for this in it? Based on the print start macro. Using a 50-watt heater. I'm pretty sure I'm using a 50-watt heater. I'm pretty sure I'm using a 50-watt heater. You want to call the set MPC material macro from the docs? Where? I'm not following. I'm not following. So folks, I'm going to configure this. If we run into major issues later, then we might switch around. But right now we're learning. Oh, we got 5 more minutes till giveaway time. So, oops, where was I? Go Where was the control NPC? That's the only one. Docs have a section setting FFF parameters from the slicer, which has the needed macro and slicer setup. Okay. Filament feed forward configuration. Look forward and see changes in extrusion. Filament physical properties. Here's common materials. MPC works best knowing how much energy in joules it takes to heat 1 millimeter filament by 1 degree C. The material values from the table have been curated from popular filament manufacturers. These values are sufficient for MPC to implement the FFF feature. So those that might think that this is a little much, many things when we're going into adding new features and whatever, input shaper is an example. Pressure advance, all these things that require a whole new set of parameters to pay attention to. You could argue that pressure advance and input shaper don't have a huge functional impact on your prints, but they have a significant quality impact. So anyway, the MPC default routine takes the following steps. MPC calibration routine must be run for each heater. Later instructions, they have the macros. Yep, I'm kind of going through this, see what else is here. MPC calibrate, so we do, that's our calibration guide. Target temperature. After successful, the method will generate the key model parameters into the log for future reference. A save config command is then required to commit them, just like PID tuning. Model parameters are not suitable. Block. Support macros. Here we go. Temperature, weight. Following macro can be used to replace M109 hot end temperature set and M190 bed temperature set G-code commands. Setting. So here we are, G-code macro set MPC material. This macro will set the FFF parameters automatically when the material type is passed from the slicer. I use 11 fan breakpoints when configuring. Just gives you some better points if you use low fan. So we want this. So maybe can I, is there a copy for the whole thing? Copy that, and I think we're gonna come over here and do, let's do a new file, epc.cfg. Let's just paste these into here. So this is all our set MPC material stuff. Conceptually, MPC makes sense, it's all about the model. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Neil, that's what I'm doing now. Yep. So save that, close, and then the slicer. So here, so if we went back to, so let's do something here. If we go in the printer config here is if we go down to the print start macro stuff. So here, based on print start macro, this is your recommended start G-code in the slicer. So for Prusa slicer, you're passing these parameters, and what this is saying is we're gonna add a material parameter there. So if we copy this, and for here we would be putting this something like material equals, oops, I think something like that. Initial extruder, yeah. And that's what this whole thing is, what we would be putting into the start. And I use Prusa slicers, so that's what I'm gonna focus on here. print start and Prusa slicer would look like this. Yeah, this is all start material, extruder temp, bed temp, and chamber temp. So that's all stuff that was already there. Let's make sure filament type, initial extruder. Yeah, it's the same thing. Then in your print start macro, including the following macro call. And now is that a we copy this? Is that already in the print start here? It doesn't look like it. So we would just need to call that somewhere, right? It doesn't matter where. If we do it right after our bed mesh clear or something. Something like that. Is that right? Just somewhere in here in our print start. It is giveaway time. Thank you. I'd like to use that already for custom offsets based on squish and custom purges. Yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff with passing the material parameter. It's 2 minutes past giveaway time. You guys are late. And then we need to just real quick, since it's used right here, I'm just going to call it right here. Include what is that? MFC, MPC, PC, PC.cfg. Just include that there. Okay, let's do a giveaway. Where it pulls all the temp settings. Okay, I will check that, but let's do the giveaway before I have a riot going on. Wheel of names. Hi, Rebecca. How do we got? Who do we got? We are barely over 50% likes here. So if you haven't hit that like button, hit the like button. Let me clear this. We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament first. Roll of Polymaker filament or a coupon, depending on where you are. Link is in the description. Link is in the description. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. We have about 50 of you who have all the filament you could possibly need. Let's go here and turn that and ready to hit save. This turned so nice. I liked it twice. You need to do it 3 times then. 3, 2. There, Cher. Glad your 3 seconds are not 3 seconds. Forgot to enter. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Hey, ma'am. Half. Wish I could get a gifted membership. Oh well, my luck with these seems to be abysmal. Maurice, thanks for the gifted memberships. An 8th? Waiting for that last one. The one person who's forgotten to get in. There we go. Last count. Last count. 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay, let's link this up. You get the vibe coding flashbacks. Let's see, create. Okay, Thunder Keys got in there first. Let's do this. And Power System got in there last. I'm told there's 34 days until 3D Printopia, which means there's like 20 days until Orange County Maker Fair, which is the one I'm getting ready for now. You got the raid in just now? There you are, Max. Hey, Max. Nate, thanks for being a member. Before we go telling me how many times to shuffle this, I want to say thanks coming in to Grant and the Raiders. Hey, Rob. Hi, Sissy Kid. It's bound to break. Spot goes stuff as they go. Starting to feel like my job isn't going to be as fun anymore. Uh-oh. Okay, number between 1 and 34. Let's go. 1 and 34. Hey, FJ Prince. You're coming in just too late for some of your members to get entered here, Grant. Just saying. 1 and 34. 1 and 34. Musketeers are here. Okay, Rebecca said 12. Since she can't get a gifted membership, I'll use her number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and spin. Polymaker filament. Look, man, we talk a lot. Yeah, you do. More and more. The Shrimp Father. Congratulations. The Shrimp Father. Are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. The Shrimp Father. 2 minutes. Starting now. There. No, never mind. Stream runs approximately 85 hours long. There you are. The Shrimp Father. I don't know. You're the Shrimp Father 13. This says the Shrimp Father. Let's see how it comes up in the list. Yeah, you're the only Shrimp Father there, so I guess it's okay. Are there any other shrimps? Is there a shrimp? Let's see. Nope, you're the only shrimp. Congrats. It practically gave me the number, Bill. Any other fathers? Let's see. Let's see. Nope, no other fathers. So, let's see here. Let me get this. Oh, I didn't have Gmail up, but I do have it already. I got it already. Let me get this email sent off to you. Instant gratification. Go. And okay, you should have an email in a moment. Congratulations. You don't need to give me the number. It's good. Everything matches up. You practically gave me your number anyway. Okay, next thing. We are giving away the Colony Clacker, which is the extrusion-based door. We're about to install that when I go get the parts that we're printing. Let's turn that off. We're about to install that. And LDO has been kind enough to allow me to give one away. And it is for the Micron Plus, the 180 build, and it is US only. So you have a quicker 3 seconds because it's a much smaller target audience. 3 seconds to get your entry in. You've had plenty of time. So that's 3. If you're trying to play the game, now's the time. 2. Count of 3. And Dad, does that count? 1. Links in the description. I like to recount once, so, but if it takes too long, we'll just close it. Hey, Brad. No new ones? 1. Okay, everybody, you're being good. Everybody's got in that they need to be in. Not trying to slip in at the end. Perfect. I'm about to close it. We got 1. We got a new one. So this is the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. If it's in or not, too late. Done. Okay, Thunder Keys. Thunder Keys was on it. He noticed them before I posted it in chat. Rob, you got in at the very last second. Okay, so like I said, it's about 20 days until Orange County Maker Faire. So let's do a number between 1 and 20. Shrimp Father, your email got blocked. So you're not getting an email. That email got blocked, just an FYI. So send me a DM. We'll see if we can work it out. Let's see here. Number between 1 and 20. We don't have nearly enough suggestions here. I gotta let this, gotta get that engagement spike. Engagement spike. Jeff, you said 10. We'll do 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Spin. Who do we got? Colony Clacker, extrusion door. Going to JD Meadows. Are you here, JD? JD Meadows. Are you here? 2 minutes. JD Meadows. Gonna wash the cars. You put the wrong name in the form. This is not the David Harris I know, is it? JD Meadows. Are you here? JD. Gotta say something. You don't think so? Okay. You would know so. You would know so if you were. Come on, JD. A little over a minute. A little over a minute. A little under a minute. JD Meadows. I don't know, we got 50 seconds. Not in the participant tab. Yeah, the @ doesn't always work. 17, 15 seconds. Uh-oh. Polar Ted Club inductee. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Sorry, JD. Sorry, JD. We need another number between 1 and 10. Real quick. Let's get back to this build. Oh, JD is in. Nope. So we established this before. The timer has run out, but JD is here. We're gonna do it. So JD is here. I've verified you're on the list. Just barely. Let's do something. Let's just, because you're on the end here, what number did you give me in the form? JD, what's the number you gave me in the form? The random number, validating who you are. What's the number? Gonna make you take the extra step. There you go. Good job. Good job. You will hear from Jason at some point. I will pass your email off to Jason. Awesome. Congrats. You were close. If I had spun for the next name, we would have gone to our contingency plan, which is, I think the thing we decided was an extra, an extra filament roll. It was a consolation prize for being late. But that's the best I can do. Awesome. Let's go. Okay, so we were setting up the MPC temperature thing. We have everything good. So I think we can go to the printer config. I think everything is, and the idea was this might be better off putting this further up just in case. I don't know if it matters, but we'll get it up here above the, we'll just put it up at the top. Put it in our includes up here, our extra things. There we go. Let's save and restart. Should be you snooze, you lose. Oh no, we don't want anything like that. Okay, so now we should be able to go to, now there are some fan set points it sounds like we can do. GPs, Neil put some info, thermistor, temperature, instead of adding this into, just created a separate one. Is there anything you'll want to calibrate it? If MPC is set up, yeah, we need to calibrate it. Let's cancel that. So that is run with, there we go, MPC calibrate. And fan breakpoints, what is this? Default values 3. Sets a number of fan set points to test during calibration. An arbitrary number of breakpoints can be specified. Breakpoints would result in 7 breakpoints would result in that. It is recommended to use a number that will capture 1 or more test points below the lowest level of fan normally used. For example, if 20% fan is the lowest commonly used speed, using 11 breakpoints is recommended to test 10% and 20% fan at the low point. Fan set points in the calibrate. So is that all I have to do? Is that set already? Let's go to here and MPC. That's these. That's, oh no, that's not what I want. I wanted printer config and down here on Extruder. Was that, is there one? It's where we set it, right? So if we go in here, sets the number of fan set points. Oh, we don't do anything. We just do that. Okay. So let's copy this. Default calibration. Don't we set a temperature? It's a calibration line in yeah. MPC set. For example, updating the filament would be, what am I missing? Am I getting basic configuration? Okay, we're good. MPC calibrate. Where's the, oh, there it is. MPC calibrate heater. Oh, target, that's what I wanted. Okay, so let's do this. This right here is what we're gonna run. Close that, go over here and paste this, but we're going to set fan breakpoints. It set 11 if we want to go every 10%. How long will this take? Is this going to take a long time? ABS, just somewhere around an ABS. Extruder. How long does this take? Not long? Okay, so a basic, I mean the slightly more than basic calibration is we're gonna run calibrate on the extruder heater. We're gonna set a target temperature of 250 and it's going to test breakpoints every, it said 11 would do, using 11 breakpoints is recommended to test 10 and 20% fan at the low range. So let's do that. And we'll see if I burned up the hot end fan because it'll turn on or it won't. 11 breakpoints will take a bit, 10 to 15 minutes. I'll go get the parts for the colony clacker. Haha, the fan is not broken. Fan is not broken. Since this is probably far more interesting to be able to see the graph here, let's do that. Time to turn on AC, 89 Fahrenheit there in the garage. It's 91 outside according to my watch. Hey, one solid cube. Okay, I'm gonna, ooh. Can smell the burning. I'm gonna go grab the colony clacker parts off the other printer. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, so come forward and BME. I think 8 gigs RAM. I would guess at some point this is going to turn on the part cooling fans. I have a little snack while we wait for this. Little string cheese, something that's not going to be crunchy. After the first breakpoint. So I think what the plan, I'm just kind of working on the plan for today, is we're going to finish this PID tune. We're going to PID tune the bed, and we're going to get the door installed. Then what we're going to do is come back next week and we'll spend time configuring the rest of Calico stuff. So that would be centralist homing, any of the advanced features. We'll go through all of that stuff, and then we'll start a print. And I think we're going to have a solid amount of time getting everything configured, and then get a good print going next stream. And then that'll finish off the Micron series. And that'll give us a chance to give away another extrusion door. Oh yeah, the fans have turned on now. Fans have turned on. But it's doing this at 263C. Is that normal? You now see how much energy your hot end requires to hold a temp. Interesting. Oh, I see. 10% fan average power, 21.74 watts. I'll do it right there. Then you can see as it comes up. Very cool. Now, this is a PTC heater, so how accurate is that? while this is going, I put some tape on here because I was cutting an existing panel for my existing panel for the door, so I could protect the plastic. I'm gonna clean these up. Here, okay. You use the command to download the config automatically for you in the Micron repo, or just oh, I just downloaded them normally. I remembered the mention of that, but I forgot. Let's check that out. I apologize. I actually had some awareness of that. This is gonna go through here. It is at 30%. If we go to Micron config, is there any, maybe printer data? Is there where's the documentation for that? Here we go. Run this script in your terminal to download the basic Micron config. Make sure to go through the entire config and set up the pin names for your controller, as well as uncomment the sections required for your build size. And we did that. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Bob. Real quick here, Hartk. The PZ probe is missing a carriage return here in the config file. Easy fix, but so what does this actually do? And what does this look like when you run it? There's also probe sections to uncomment based on the probe you're using. Run this script. There's 2 lines here. Is this supposed to be listed twice? Oh, config and G codes. Let's see. That was just copied from E3Ds. Maybe they need a reported error as well then. Anyway, this is here. You can try it. It just downloads the configs. Also downloads a pre-sliced G code for. Oh, it downloads everything. I see. So it grabs everything, and then you just grab uncomment what you need. Got it. What's in G codes? Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. Let's go back here. This is at 50% fan. Okay, continuing cleaning of the panels. These panels have been around for 2 years. They are not perfect, but they're not bad. There's a macro that prints a cube, and it asks if you want to print an ABS or PLA. Interesting. And but it's one G code file. Is it just changing temperature and assuming the rest of the settings are close enough? Conservative settings, slower and more universal stuff. Makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, that one is nice and clean. We are at 60%. So then I have the other panels still have foam tape on them. No one should print that stuff. Aside from bed temperature, if you just change your bed temperature manually, based on that being conservative settings, just print the ABS one, choose ABS, and then do a quick change to lower the bed temperature and you'll be fine. Then it'll work fine. Hot end temps are going to be close enough between ABS and PETG to get a successful print. PETG is far from my favorite plastic to print, mostly because it needs to be dried so often, but I mean, you can get some good stuff. It's a bug out of, this is a protopasta. I think that's the Galactic Empire Purple or something like that. Some Star Wars based name. Far from my favorite filament to print with, but has its uses. That was a 3D Sets buggy body. Just cleaning panels so we don't have to do it after. You notice your Leviathan MCU temp has gone crazy. It's a weird bug with certain Leviathan 1.3s. JMP is looking into it. MCU temp. Mine is pretty stable. Mine appears pretty stable. Hartk, on that printer, are you running the that little 1.5 breakout board for a Nighthawk? Because I saw some interesting impacts to the Leviathan from those resistors on there. We saw it today on this setup. When steppers are active. Good call. I'll try that. See if it. Removing those two resistors on that little breakout board had some wider than expected impact. Oh, is it done? Looks like finished. Okay, finish wiping this off. Oh, there's one more. One more. Get this while I have everything out. Not using the older one. Okay. Get this cleaned off. Okay, what does this say? Yep, I will need to save it. So finish the calibration. It measured block heat capacity, sensor responsive, and ambient transfer. And then fan ambience, it set a bunch of breakpoints. And we should save up at the top here. Oops. Save config and restart. It's gonna save all this stuff. Okay. I'm not going to run the bed PID now. You guys have seen that a million times. I'll run that in between streams. We will move on to installing the colony clacker, finishing it up. So back to where we started before I realized I printed the wrong pieces. So I'm going to put this stuff away. There and there. Okay. Colony clacker off camera. This is cooling down nice and quick because it's a Revo. But let's go back here. So colony clacker. Here we are. So let's go back down to the instructions. I'll see if my headphones reach out to the garage. Did all the Mouseketeers peace out? No, several of them are still here, I'm sure. Still have 200 people. That's good. We peaked at probably about 250. I haven't done homing because of the sensorless homing, but I'm going to save sensorless homing configuration and other Calico configurations for next stream. So the plan will be to 100% finish the hardware installation. We took a little detour to get Calico set up, and then we'll come back next stream and do the specific Calico configurations, including sensorless homing, getting it and getting it ready for its first print. So I printed the 5.4 offset things based on measuring a about 5.5-ish thickness of panel and foam. So did all that. I printed the printers for ants handle, and then we're going to get back into the assembly instructions. So secure magnets with super glue into the latch and corresponding handle piece. Hardware locations can be seen in the images below. So let's see. Let's get this camera pointed in a reasonable spot. Go here. So we have parts. So these are the 5.4 offset parts as opposed to the 3.2. See the difference there? There we go. I printed these because I knew at some part of my mind said that it was wrong, but I printed it anyway. Still in this printer. I knew that it was probably the combination, the additive thickness handle. It's the same deal. There's a difference between those. Maybe we should switch our manuals to a GitHub README format. Example of a markdown manual I can show you. Whatever, in any case, something needs to happen. We can't continue with InDesign. So, okay, so we have those. Then we have the upper and lower pieces here. And then that turned out so good with that glass fiber ASA. This is Sirayatech glass fiber ASA. And that. So there we are. And I think I was going to push these together to get that magnet into there. So it's just a matter of, these were super tight, so maybe I can grab my OS pages. Someone was asking about part numbers for Knipex pliers earlier, and I apologize. I meant to answer that question and I didn't get to it. There we go. These are N52s that came in the kit. Oh, chat had me covered? Okay. I did read it, I just forgot to answer it. They're different part numbers for different lengths. Are they all 8603? Yeah, 8603. Okay, and then, so what are we saying? So we have some fasteners. We have a magnet and the split bushing. And then we have the dowel pins that go through this part. And some magnets in here. So let's get some magnets in here. So these are symmetric, so it doesn't really matter. One's going to be up, one's going to be down. This has to go here, so I want to make sure the magnets are correct. So I think we can do the same thing there, and then push these together, except for don't think there we go. Got that in there. These are so tight, I'm not bothering with super glue. If they come loose, I'll revisit that decision. Ah, that works. So then, that one goes there. Doop, 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 doop. Go. So this one is going to have to go there. There we go. I'll use this just to make sure those are in there all the way. That's that. Now that the remaining four are going to go in here, and then our guy here. So does this go like this? Is that how that goes? Let's see. Make sure I got all this. Okay, so if that is like that, yes, that is correct. So that's going on there like that. So then we just split this up into pairs. Put this guy. Just leave that on there. Doop. Pull that over. Push this in just the next notch. That one. These guys can come off of here. And then this is going to go in like that. Which means I think we can put these magnets on here. Make sure they don't snap like that. You might break them. And then we can set this on here. Oh, one more. Get that out there and yeah, that worked out pretty well. Harbor Freight has an equivalent of these. They're still not super cheap, but they're much cheaper than the Knipex. Make sure those are in all the way. And then that will go on there. And these are very strong N52s. Now on here, I think we need to get the panels on the printer, be easy. So let's put the panels. So I have a whole bunch of the twist clip things, which I am liking. Let's get all of these. What is that? Oh, a whole bunch of these little clips. Put the back panel on these already, with these already. Just grab a whole bunch of these. Okay, so this guy, hold on, that. I'm gonna put this in here. There we go. And slide that guy in here, which is this way. There we go. Make sure that's all snapped in there. Arguing about Linux, ignore you. Those are Micron, they're nice, but I had to sand the twist lock T's. They were a bit on the thick side. Interesting. I just printed these and used them, and for me, they seem to have turned out pretty good. Broke a few. I can see that. I can definitely see how that could happen. But overall, I kind of like it. It's a skinny key in the STLs. Skinnier, but easier to twist, I'm sure. Now I'm gonna have to change these. These are actually wrong because it'll get changed up for the door. Are those panels glass? They're gonna be a chunky boy to lug around. They are not. This is just acrylic. Corner clips are fine on the front. Mount the hinges closer to the middle. That's how I run it on mine. Oh, okay. There are alternate ones, and these go like this, so you can run the hinges further apart, I guess. But you're right. Does that matter? It's acrylic. Where are the fingerprints? Just wiped them off. Yes, John's. Is that a V0 or is that a Micron? John's hefty tempered glass beast. There we go. This is coming together. Coming together. Those glass panels is nice, but yeah, on a big printer it would be heavy. Mm-hmm. That. Here. Spend a week and involve every time. Sure that's all good. Okay. Oh, one more. This is little. What is that? Yeah. Is MPC only for Calico? Yes. Marlin, I think. Doesn't Marlin have an MPC implementation as well? I don't know if RepRep firmware does, if Nergalrot's still around. An idea, they make privacy panels for offices that become clear or opaque with voltage. I wonder how that would fare in a heated chamber. No idea. Okay. That is all the panels. So now let's get on to, does the rest of this go together? We have a bunch of that stuff. Those bolt on to, what is the perspective here? What is this? Maybe I need to look at it from a, there we go. There. Okay, so I think we need to put the door together. So let's put the door together. I did forget one. Because I was still in my mind debating whether I wanted to use the minimal ones or not, but I'll put this on. What do those fasteners look like? These guys. So they have a little bit of a kind of a hammerhead T-nut shape, and they go in here like that, and that puts them in line with the extrusion slot, and then they rotate into place, and the heads, the T up here settles into those recesses to kind of lock into place like that. Does that make sense? Mini version. Laura said she'd send you our Calico config, but be warned it's not compatible with your Micron. That's okay. We're building the config. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Shh. Okay. I got it. It's not going to be compatible. You're right. Took me a second. I'll blame 4-hour stream break. Okay, let's build up the frame. There, and there. So we're going to grab some 3 screws. Just gonna build up a blind joint. Is there any like insert or anything that's supposed to go in these? Or is it just straight straight panel and extrusion? Oh, smart glass. The idea I had too much. Probably too much money. Oh wow, yeah, really flush without even looking. Yeah, 2.2 glaze. We made those for Micron from scratch, doing them fully parametric and configurable in Fusion. For any panel and foam thickness with the quick lock or screws. Nice. Panels fit good, just straight in. Most of these panels are like 2.6 millimeters thick. Just the concern with rattling is what I'm wondering. Okay, those are all good. So now we can take the door. goes up through there. Current state of my Calico config. Okay. Copy link. This is Laura and Sean's Calico configuration. The current state. Very cute. You've used 1mm foam. On the panel to help with any rattle if there is any. Okay, we will find out. Calico has crashed. Is there an event log? I hope there's no logs. Yeah, I hope they're only in the cat box. My original panel here, I was saying earlier, was you don't want event logs, yeah. Was 332mm. So I cut it down. We are also going to run into a little bit of an issue. I might have to file the corner. Isn't that going? Yeah, I'm gonna have to file the corner because once all this is in, the head of the screw, I think, is conflicting just barely, because if you look at these, this overlaps, the head of the screw overlaps the end of the slot by just a tiny bit. And that is catching over here. So I think I'll have to just kind of file the corner of the just file the corner of the acrylic. Doesn't really matter what side, but you can probably see where it's hitting. So that, I think I'm just gonna grab a file here. You won't even see it. Just gonna file both directions just to give a little bit of clearance there for a screw head. I'm gonna do it on both sides. Just give a little bit of relief on both sides there. There we go. Hopefully that's enough. And it was. The nice thing is that's probably gonna lock that in place. Go. Okay. That means, excuse me. So I think hinges first, hinge side first. I think this goes on here like this. Very nice. No rattle. I'm going to install the foam strip on the inside. I will see if the panel still rattles in there. I don't know that the rattle's gone, but it is a little tighter in there. Okay. So the hinges, I think hinges first and then handle. So this is a hinge and the pin. So this is a hinge, this is a hinge, and then the bushing side. Oop. Yeah. So here is the bushing side and the other side. So I think this basically goes something like that. Is that right? Maybe it's the other way. Foam on the frame. Well, it's effectively on the panel. This just happens to be a frame bordered panel. So it's foam on panel still. It's just because this is surrounding and encapsulating the panel, the extrusions, it's still foam on panel. Okay. Oh, so we screwed up a little bit, and I'm sure someone noticed. We've got to take all these out. This way. Yeah. There we go. Because we have to get nuts down the extrusion. So take the fronts off. These are tight, which is good. Okay, so we are, let's see what this looks like. I think it's easier to see in camera. So here's we'll start with the bottom hinge. So we have the offset part and the hinge, and we have two of these, two pairs of these. So this offset part goes on here. And the pin goes in there. So I think we can push the pin in there. The pin goes in there. And that's a tight fit. I don't know how far that should go. I think we should be able to, okay. I think that'll be fine. It doesn't have to go any further than that because the door will set on top of there. And then these are M3 by 12s. And X nuts. So instead of trying, oh, is that correct? No. I think that's going to scratch. I think that's going to scratch the bottom of the panel. Maybe. Let me get a better look. You're going to look at the back of my head. No, there's a millimeter. Never mind. It's fine. So let's put these on like this. Hope that I can do this. There you go. That goes down. I'm going to change my mind and go ahead and swap these. To the other ones. I kind of think I'm going to like the look of this better. To these. So I'm going to put this under here. There we go. And then that'll set right against there. Right there. Yeah, I kind of like that. That'll do. Now we're going to take the other offset one and do the same. Put a pin in here. Hey, dear. Welcome back. This will go on. Going there, and then the amount that it goes on is going to be determined. This thing sets. Or the backyard is pushing it. That's weird. Okay. Wasn't in all the way. Oh, that doesn't seem right. Oh, is it the other way? How does that work? Maybe it's the other way. So that's there, and oh, it is lower. Okay. How do you take it off? That seems like that would be an interference for trying to take this off. If you're trying to be able to lift it up to take it off, you have to take this corner off, it looks like. If you're trying to lift the door off of the hinges, which is kind of the point, right? Then you have to take this top hinge off, or this top clip. Looks like it. Okay. That is correct. Okay. Good thing it's quick release. So we'll move this down a bit. I guess take this off for now. Then we'll figure out where things make sense to line up. Now I have two more of these bushings that go in here. Set the upper hinge low enough to clear the top clip. Correct. Correct. It just looks very off balanced in that case. I don't want to be dropping things on this and scratching the panels. So let's set that aside. Drop the top hinge so I'd be able to remove without taking them off. Yeah. So I don't have to adjust these over and over. Let's do this one at a time. Everything's better with sound effects. So worth it. Sweet. So some 12s. Means this guy, I've got existing, I don't know if you can kind of see them there, little marks on the panels. That's from the bed extrusions, the way it was set up before. So I'm just kind of matching those up and go to the same spot. So this is going to go on here like this, which means this can come like that. We'll just tighten that enough to hold it in place. This one is going to go like that. Just enough to hold it in place. This will all loosen this, let it go. I think I want this to line up on the top, right? Something like that. Goes there. Very cool. Okay. Now I haven't put foam tape on it yet. I wanted to do that after the install. Now this piece will go on here. So we need more in 3x12s, I imagine. Yep. I think I will try to print the frame for the door. This frame? Okay. This goes here. Goes there. Figure out where this ends up to be centered. Where's that ruler? Oh, sure, we'll use the thin boy. So what do we have here? We're at, oh, let's just do it this way. Oh, right at 150. Where's this guy? Oh, I got super close. Magnet assistance. I think this moves up just like 0.5 millimeter and it's centered. Yeah, 150 millimeters. Looks like it's probably, I wanted it to be right on. Probably actually was, I think it was actually centered before. So it's like 150.5 millimeters each side. Call that good. That goes on there. Dunk. Oh, there's some bushings that need to get put in, but this is starting to look like it. So these guys go into here. So there is here, I knew about this. I didn't do anything with it yet, but there is a sacrificial layer in here. If you push the pin past it and put it in the right spot, I think you'd put it in the upper spot. I think ideally it will allow you to more easily install the door. So you start the lower pin and it gets lined up. And then as you put it down on there, the upper pin then is out of your way until it's ready to engage. So I think I'm buying a space gray frame. If you have one of your Micron, can you see a difference in the colors from the frame and the click-clack door? Yes, there is a difference. It's you can see it right there. The new frame is darker. It's so, I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I don't think there is one. So these go in here. Oh, shoot. Okay. We make those go in until they're about the same on either side. Okay, so there we go. Now that'll do. There we go. These bolt to the door. So let's get some screws in there, and those are longer. Those are longer. What are those? We have a 16 and a 20. So a 16 and a 20. That's 18. So we need two 16s. We are almost done. That's a 14. Why is that there? 16. 16, 16. Those socket head? Oh, those would look better as socket heads. Many of these would probably have looked better as socket heads, huh? There's a 20. There's a 20. Oops, not there. There. And then 16. Stainless steel socket head. 16. Yep. Is there a version of this door for 2020? Yes. The clicky clack doors. Okay, let's put a couple of nuts on here. Okay, so this one goes on first. Goes right below. Oops. Not tightening, just a little bit. What is that? That is something. What do we do there? Ah, it's a screw. So there's a screw that goes in here, and that's what limits the range of motion. So what size screw is that? 2 M3 by 16s. Do they need to be 16s? That seems awfully long. Yeah, that's a good point, Jack. My frame is at least 2 years old. At least. Okay, so we're gonna put some screws in here. I don't think these needed to be 16s. You can get away with like 8s. But I'm putting 12s in, just, that's what I grabbed. Door works on either V2 or Trident. Correct. This is the first extrusion-based door I've installed. Okay, so that goes there. And that matches up with this little pocket here so that that will, see, it restricts the amount of travel there. Kind of clever. I like it. So then this will come down onto there. That. Then we finish off its upper piece. There was a very good job, a very well done job on the skirts for this. I haven't looked super close at the Trident or V2 skirts. They just feel very, lots and lots of plastic. CFL. I never want to go back after using one of these doors. I am generally a fan of the split doors. I know it's not optimum thermally. It is super nice to not have to have a ton of space in front of the printer. Those aren't strong arguments, but is that it? Sweet. Now this will get a lot better when we put the foam the foam on here. That'll get a lot better when we put the foam on. But that is what we have. Very cool. So with that, we can put the top things. I feel like this would be cool to have these just kind of go over and cover the, does that exist? Something that just kind of gives a little finish, a consistent finish to the top. Noise cancellation is canceling the clicky, the clacky of the clicky. Okay, so now we're gonna play around with this over here. So I think so this comes down, play with the location of all this. Add the 50mm top hat mod with the clacker overhang. There's such a thing, sounds like. See, Andrew, I'm gonna move this way down for a second, just to get this on here. That top corner here. There will be once you have designed it. Okay, now the other thing I want to do is get this off. Oh, do that. I want to force this one past its spot there. So if I go one more, this is going to break past that sacrificial layer. There we go. Push that in. That's probably a good amount. There we go. That's all the way. So now that one is shorter, like we saw in that picture. Hey, Mike. And that allows us to get this one set before this one goes on. So that sets there all the way at the bottom. Now this needs see what that needs to, that goes there. What is that? Can this go up? Looks like this can go up about 12 millimeters. Let's just try. I think this can go up to whatever the distance is for the thickness of this. I think that makes sense. 30 millimeters from the top. So this, so I'm a little high, I think. I think this can go right to, that's a little, maybe a little bit up. I think that can go to about there. Hey, Parky. Hey, Mike. Always make building printers look easy. Just paying attention. Oh, bye-bye. This thing fly off. So this goes on here. This goes in there. So now when this gets lifted off, should, yep, that releases right before it hits that, and it comes off. There we go. Now, oh, smack, put some foam on here. Where is the recommendation? Inside or outside? I think inside is going to be a better seal, right? Because you don't have the slots to lose anything out of. Sometimes the level of OCD is mind numbing. It's OCP, come on. What do they recommend? Is there a recommendation in the documentation? I think inside. Currently some extended skirts. I don't think there's anything in here. We're gonna go inside. I know we could do both. We are going to go inside. Definitely inside to minimize gaps. Yep. Go. Where are... Okay. So, what do I want to do? It's a nice square end. Go all the way across. Go through the middle. And just go all the way across. Easy. So I'll cut this to approximate. Let's see if I can get a shot of this. Yep, that'll work, I think. Okay, so if we start this, that started, grab this, just kind of rub. That's not a good view. I think this is probably going to be a slightly better view. Rubbing, kind of guiding it along. My thumb as a guide. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. Pulling the adhesive, finger here to hold it from the top. There we go. And this makes it easy to cut the end. Do the same. On the middle on the others. I don't know if this is, don't know if it's the best strategy as far as the all of it, but you want really light pressure on your fingers because you don't want to be stretching this, because over time it'll try not to be stretched. See how straight that is? It's not going to be absolutely perfect, but it's going to be very good. Then go along the middle. You could do this to where you work your way around to where you always have an end that you start, and then you only have one to worry about to have exact length. But I'm gonna go this way. estimate how much I need to cut off the end. Here like that. Okay, and one more. Then we'll see how this thing really goes together. So it's not going to close ultimately how it, like having a little bit of spring back is going to help with the closure. Way long. There we go. My corners. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Okay. Here we are. See how this goes. This goes on here. Starts. Goes on. No rattles. Awesome. That is done. Okay. Nice and firm. Yeah. We are almost done. Almost one last thing. Hold on a second. Let's take this off. Let's go ahead and shut this down. We don't care. It can stay on. We'll live dangerously. Oh, it is definitely getting a little less possible. Little bit. Anything inside there we missed? Nope, I think we're good. The handle looks as big as the display. It does. Okay, where did I put all the screws for the top? Probably wherever I put all of those. Here they are. Put the bottom panel on, and then the PTFE. Do you think you will have these modified top clips that cover the end of the clock extrusion for us? So what I'm curious is if they already exist. I'm gotta assume. Z motors shouldn't be on. Yeah, they're not on. It's not falling. Put something, well, there's nothing moving. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Oh, shoot. I just started putting these in, but I gotta put the this piece in. I am going to agree that something on the corner here probably needs to be done. Give me a second. Let me get these on. Let's just make sure all this can shift around. This is a very, very tight fit. What's that? Yeah. You build the stealth fork if a kit is released. What is the stealth fork? What is the stealth fork? Where are the sides 3 pieces instead of 1? I don't know if it has anything to do with the way it attaches and kind of helps hold the fan thing in. I'm not sure. You're right, Bill. But I like to live dangerously. Apparently. There's not a lot of, there we go. Not a lot of play in the holes for these, for the bottom panels. So you made some sides 1 piece, yeah. I think they'd be fine 1 piece. They might end up, I don't know what the difference in length is. Let's see. Is it a matter of what printers it will fit in? So these are about 200, let's say 215. These are shorter. So I don't know. I don't know. This isn't the last I'll be in here. Need to do a chamber thermistor still. But for today's stream, I want it to be buttoned up and done. It does match up with the skirt sides. We look, yeah, you see it matches up with the sides of the skirt. So, but based on a suggestion there, someone, I'm gonna grab a little piece of Tessa tape. Little piece of Tessa tape. That. Basically, I am going to fold it over the edge of the, fold it over the edge here. Where's my tweezers here? Just to give that a little protection. This is, I mean, you're absolutely right. This acrylic here is sharp. Let's give it just a little bit of protection against rubbing directly on the display cable. I think that's a good idea. Okay. Lift with your back, not with your knees. Oh, strike that, reverse it. Now the last little bit. PTFE holder. Oh, not quite the last little bit. So I don't know where exactly this is going to go. Somewhere along there. There is a spool holder as part of all this, which will replace one of these, I think. So this is based on a LDO design. Let's see, how do we want this to go? That seems backwards. Does that go? Ah, that must go this way. Is that right? How does that go? Okay, let's look at the CAD. I'm getting confused. Oh yeah, that does. It's a little, it's gonna compress on the panel a little more than I would like. I think. So this would go here, but if that went in, it's pushing a bit on the panel here. And then the idea is that this is kind of cool because this can slot in, be your spool holder, or go here for storage out of the way. I don't know, Jack. Does it go on the side or the back? I did look at that, but if it went on the side, oops, the logo would be upside down. And it would slot in the wrong way. So it's got to go on the back. And just use the folding one. Oh, folding one, yeah. I did a lot of work on this to make it printable without supports. I think the earlier versions were something weird, so I stood it up on the LDO versions. But yeah, it's not terrible. Yeah, that's more than I want to compress the panel. What I would suggest suggest is effectively there. That's not a permanent solution because it looks ugly, but I think it's probably fine. I'm gonna make a modification to this, but for the time being, let's see how filament stuff lines up. So let me do a quick cleanup of this. Quick cleanup. I got some ideas to make this still, because I like having two screws on here, but I gotta. Okay, so that looks like that. Not as dramatic as I was hoping, but maybe we'll try. There we go. That was a little better. Okay. Smells like burning. Ooh. That goes there. That's gonna be a 12. It's still a 12. Yeah. First, separate spool holders. Otherwise it's dynamic load on your input shaping, but I only have one printer, so spool management isn't a factor either. I don't think I would oppose that opinion. I think that's pretty reasonable. That's a spot. Goes up there. Let's get this in here. And well, along the point there, as far as separate spool holders, I mean, if I use this on here, let's take this off for now. And this one off. What if I want to use like a dry box, print directly from a dry box or something? I'm not using it anyway. So having my printers set up to be able to go direct is nice. Yeah. This off. I guess this one. Okay, so this guy is gonna go, oops, I'm gonna take this one off too. Good thing I don't have to turn any screws. See you, Nadir. Have a good night. Good thing I don't have to turn any screws on that. Oh, come on. That's a little screw. There we go. So this is gonna go somewhere like that. This needs some PTFE. Ooh, I found it over here somewhere. Oh, there it is. He's too short to be useful. Too short to be useful or anything, but black PTFE. Through there. That'll work. Okay, so there, and then cut this off. I'm still going for a little bit. We're almost done. That's not what I wanted. Let's do a little mark here. I have to go to there. Two of those. There we go. This goes in here. This stretches down into there. There. And down into there. There we go. This will go on there. Then we'll grab a spool. Let's see, Polysonic PLA Pro. So if that goes there, this comes up. How does that work out? Pretty much as far back as that'll go. Yeah, for the spool holder, for the spool feed on the side here, I feel like this would be better further forward, because otherwise that's a pretty sharp bend into the feeder here. I don't know what I want to do with that. Feel better with the spool like right there. That would also be fully contained within the depth of the printer. What do you guys think? Okay, that's a problem to figure out. That's something to figure out. But I'm going to use this 2.5 ID PTFE. And also its smoke color. It's from AliExpress. It's intended for a bamboo of some sort. Let's cut a fresh end here and see. Oh, there we go. It's just the end. It's a tight fit. Let's grab my reamer and clear it out a bit. This is the 4. Yeah, I agree, Dr. Dave. It'll be fine, but I still feel like the spool holder is a little far back. Blow all that debris right into the printer. There we go. So grab this. And basically go all the way over here. Bring all of this down. Slowly. Okay, so all the way out of the way, just a bit, something like that, I think. Yep, that works. That works. Cost of this build with what I used. Oh boy, does anybody has LDO published any estimates on the kit build? So this is why I really like this 45-degree inlet for these things. Is just look at the filament path. It's just so nicely sweeping. And then I will cut this a little bit forward just to make sure. So other than, and hey, Derek, how you doing? Oops, there's a 12mm screw that needs to go there. There we go. There we go. Another plus, the separate holders. My filament path is a straight line, but I could put another V0 on my footprint of the holder, so yeah. There we go. Nice sweeping filament path. Just finished my Tridex to Mad Max conversion. Awesome. We'll be doing that exact thing here in a couple of series, I think. And let's put this one back on. And this one back on. Oh, that's when it happens. You twist You twist the end, so you print extras. You print extras. It always helps to make sure it's all seated. Yeah, it goes, that wasn't seated, so. But still, print extras. That's going there. I feel like this could use a change. I may do a spool holder that goes across, because that's still not, it's a small printer. That's not a lot to do. Could mount here and here with a couple of quick screws and be okay. And then it would hang the thing about there. Yeah, this was based on the LDO partial kit, and then you add all the extruder stuff and the electronics. So I'm really curious what the cost of LDO's Micron kit is going to be, and I haven't heard what that's going to be. Yeah. Am I missing anything? I think this is a 100% assembled Micron. $8.99. That's really not bad. To do the whole thing. So one of the jokes with this printer is it's 2/3 the size at the same price, or 3/4 the size. Is that right? 1515 versus 2020. Yeah, 3/4 size at the same price. So for $8.99, if that's true for a kit, and you're looking at $1,200 or something for a V2 kit, the ratio is still not there. But $8.99 is lower than I thought it would be. That is pretty cool. I am very happy. That works well. Let's back up a bit. There's a few things we need to kind of figure out. Spool holder, and I'll need to cut my belts, I think. Otherwise I'm not gonna have it's gonna try to wrap under the idlers here, and it's not gonna have a good stop for sensorless. But so this is the Colony Clacker, Rebecca, door. There is a version for the V2 and Trident, and it's called the Clicky Clack door. 900 is exactly 3/4 of 12. Is that where you got that blank? Or is that actually what they're thinking about selling it? Can a Micron get a tool changer? There are both Mad Max and Stealth Changer Micron builds, so yes. I'm happy. That's pretty fantastic. Is there any reason to build this instead of a V0? I mean, you have 60 millimeters of reason. V0 maxes out at 120. This is 180. So that doesn't come in all the way. So maybe a little bit of tuning there. I don't know if it should. That's 6 right there. Let's come in just a little bit. Anyway, one more stream in this series. One more stream. During that stream, we're going to hit more Calico features. I will either pre-stream or be ready to quickly do on stream the chamber thermistor, because we need that for all the things to work right. We're going to go through the door latch is adjustable. I'll have to look at that. We'll go through the extra features in Calico, things that make it worth installing over just Clipper on here. and we will get its print started to finish off this series. This Saturday, guaranteed, 100%, we're doing the member stream. I've put it off, I think 3 weeks, or maybe two weeks I meant to do it. I spent yesterday, a big part of yesterday was making sure I'm ready for that. I could not find my Molex SL connectors on Thursday when I was planning on prepping, and I looked everywhere, and I cleaned out like half a dozen project boxes in here and cleaned out a bunch of the shed, and then realized that I actually put them away where they're supposed to be and never even looked because I thought I didn't. So that was a critical path though in getting the Blue Bear done for the member stream. So that's done. Everything for the Bear is sitting right here, ready to go, all in one place. I don't have to look for anything. So we're doing that on Saturday. On next Sunday, we'll finish up this printer. And then the next series after that, we're going to do a short 1 or 2 part, probably 2-part series on updating the box turtle. We're going to do the box turtle enclosure and the Jabberwocky toolhead. Or did you ever look where it should be? I felt that the only consolation with that is how much I got, how that initiated a huge level of additional organization for me. It was, there is a significantly fewer boxes for me to look through when I'm looking for something. So it was a good thing to spend that time, but it was a little frustrating not knowing where they were. Then after the Jabberwocky and box turtle stuff, it will either be the Stealth Changer or Mad Max build. It depends on where the Stealth Changer documentation is at the time. So as soon as that's ready for it to be shown off and can be something that a average builder can follow is when I want to start that build. R. Chapman, the box turtle has worked really well for me. I had very few problems. When I did have a problem, it wasn't really the box turtle's fault. I had a partial cut in the filament, and then it broke off in the hub, which stopped my ability to print with it. It didn't take long to sort out, but it did take a significant amount of disassembly to get to that. So I think the box turtle is, if you spend your time, take care with the build, it has worked well as a filament changer for me. And I've used it and it's worked when I needed it to. But when something goes wrong, getting to something is a challenge. And I think they're working on that. I think that's a known, they're definitely aware of serviceability being a concern. I don't know how else you would do it, but with still having it attached to the printer or whatever. You could put it off to the side and make it a little easier, but then you take a much bigger footprint. So anyway, we have been almost 5.5 hours. This has been a much longer stream than I expected it to be, the series. But it is what it needed to be. And I'm not sad about that. I'm really enjoying the results here. That thing looks pretty awesome. So, the hub is a critical part and the print quality has to be perfect. My problem was just filament getting caught in it, so. Anyway, thank you everyone. Thanks LDO and Polymaker for the giveaways. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Thanks for everybody who's still here. The 135 of you that are still here after 5.5 hours. The GPs, I'm glad you have tomorrow off. Have a good week. Hope to see you Saturday. See you Sunday. Take care. Enjoy the build. Bye.